Yo. How goes? We're playing Khorne today. When was the last time I even played Khorne? What are the builds that I want to go? Let's take a look-see. Tournament starts like right now. Let's take a look. So, I think Wrathmongers is sick. Hey, Karavdi, what's up? You're playing Khorne. Yo, Karavdi here. I wait for the rematch. Bring it to the finals, man. Or meet me in the field of battle. There must be blood spilled. Yo, actually, though, sick build. Sick build indeed. What's up? Edge Blaze. There's some angry looking dwarves. Them chaos dowie. But yeah. I'm well fed. I'm ready to go. I think Wrathmongers is sick. You just don't get kited. How do you not get kited? Well, Chaos Knights of Khorne are like... Okay, let's take a look. They cost as much as Dragon Princes. They have less leadership, a lot less speed, slightly higher stats. Not if you count Martial Mastery. I guess they have Frenzy. No healing. I think the Lance Khorne Cav is slightly more apt for this comparison. Yeah, so they have Frenzy, but no Martial Mastery, no physical resist, but they have an HP boost to make up for it. A little bit more armor. 70 speed, though? Good God. Oh, boy. Yeah, I feel like I want to see if there's like a crazy mobility Khorne I can do. Skull Reapers? Oh yeah, people keep mentioning these guys. Aren't they just, well, technically they have better stats than Exalted Bloodletters. Pretty decent armor piercing damage. It's not like they don't have armor piercing. They have Frenzy. What's not to love? They don't got the physical resist. But hey, 9,400 HP is still 9,400 HP. 54 melee attack. 10 bonus versus infantry to their 13. Yet their stats are much higher, it's true. Entity count is much lower. If you do a raw comparison, seems like maybe they're even better than Exalted Bloodletters. But then you don't got no armor piercing. I don't know, we'll see. Up against B6 to start off with. Much fun indeed. Still got the Skarsnik blocker. Alright. Let's do it. Still owe me one from last time you supposedly played Khorne. Say what? Alright. Khorne versus Scaven. Is this a matchup where Skull Reapers are good? Who knows even? Oh, you've been trying out Khorne. Hell yeah. Yo, I finally did it. I released a Warriors of Chaos guide. Wish Bloodthirsters were meta. Yeah, unfortunately not. The map is Grove of Slaughter. How apt. I don't think Skull Reapers are going to be good against a million Skaven slaves. Slingers. 60 armor. These Wrathmongers is just so much better, but You know, something to something to be said. Comparing them to Wrathmongers are actually fairly comparable. Slingers could easily be a problem. Really? Against Skull Reapers? Maybe. Let's see here. What lord am I taking? Yeah, if Bloodthirsters were meta, how joyous would that be? It's a lot of shots with low armor. It's 60 armor. No one's going around saying Skaven Slave Slingers are good versus Saurus Warriors. Saurus Warriors are also 60 armor, right? Yeah, bro, unshielded Saurus Warriors are the same. They're the same. Sure, they can come with shields and have more HP and are cheaper, but still. Still. Yeah, let's not look at the HP comparison. let's not look at the Saurus HP and price comparison. But I don't think it's like a hard counter by any means. I don't think so. There's Grove of Slaughter. It's pretty jokes. It's actually a pretty good map for me. Yeah, look at that. It's a kind of hilarious. This is a really old map. A really old map. But trees for days. Honestly, I think he's a dead man. I think there ain't no way. Ain't no way he beats this build. We want people to cower in fear of Bloodthirsters in a balanced way. Scarbrand is kind of close to that. Scarbrand is... he's pretty balanced. The overconfidence already. Come on! It's Khorne versus Scaven. Let a man be a little confident. I just gotta not throw my lord, right? What's the least throwable lord? Is Valkia the least throwable lord? She has Spear Slopnir. Demon Shield can resist most of the direct damage. Excuse me, that can be sent my way. The nets, though. The nets. Olgor. Get the red Olgor. Shim doesn't seem to be working for you. Seems like it's working for other people. I don't know how to help, though. Sorry. I guess if it's not working, you can't even hear me. Rip. Yeah, it's a Khorne single faction tournament. Or it's a single faction tournament where I'm playing Khorne. So, indeed, we're gonna be doing a lot of Khorne action. Let's see. Something tells me Flesh Hounds are amazing versus Skaven. Anyone else getting that feeling? I feel like Flesh Hounds are kind of hype here. Yo, Wrathmongers. How do I feel about Wrathmongers? They're OP, right? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I guess that settles that. Do I want Furies versus Skaven? I feel like Furies, he's gonna summon the dogs. He's gonna get the dogs on me. Against Scarbrand. Against B6, it's a little spooky. I don't wanna potentially lose my lord. Yes, indeed, finally Khorne. After many years, we are finally blessed by the Blood God's fury. I'm definitely not the embodiment of the Blood God, but you know, I can be mean. I got a mean build set up. Risk of losing is what gets the blood pumping. Just have to throw just that tiny amount, right? Just the teeniest, tiniest amount. Let's see. Oh, blood beasts have to be good here, right? There's no way blood beasts are bad. Although armored cavalry is like the classic Skaven killer. Problem with Khorne is he don't really have any. Ain't got none of that business. kind of unfortunate. What a poor, unfortunate situation. And, man. Like, honestly, I just have to play well, right? As much as there can be a lot of craziness. I think, we might grow good. And everything will fall in place. Yeah, this is good enough build. At least I can't forget magic. Show us your war face. This is my war face. Oh boy, here we go. Shrine time? Dude, I wish shrines were a little bit more meta. I feel like war shrines would be so cool because they have such large hitboxes. You can usually counter them with ranged. But unfortunately, they're kind of expensive. It's gonna bring Howling Warp Gale, most definitely. Howling Warp Gale is just a net, though. It's not a big deal, man. I can survive a couple Warp Gales. Yo, it's freezing today, by the way. Yo, where's summer? Why does it gotta be so cold, man? Anyways, I did bring Valkia. Yo, this map is an old classic. So, a lot of choke points. Very open and wide. I hate the heat. I like it a little chilly, not this chilly. What do you think would be a good change to make shrines more viable? War shrines should start half charged up. Like, it shouldn't be you have to get kills around the shrine before it does literally anything. Because it's really unreliable. Either that or they should be hella stacked, alright? It should be like a deal breaker, like, you don't you dare let the shrines get charged up or they're gonna auto win. Alright, anyways, we're memeing today. We're memeing today. Of course I'm taking Skull Reapers, man. Are you kidding me? Ready? Good luck, have fun. I think y'all's are crazy knocking on my Skull Reapers. Skull Reapers are hype, and no one can tell me otherwise. I got some mobility. I got Hellforge Bellows. Really depends on his build. He went ultra wide, which is fine by me. There's no way he can fight well in this forest. Because, like, what's he gonna do, right? He's gonna send in his motorbikes into the forest, lose like 20% of his stats. Hey, Furt, what's up? But yeah, that ain't gonna work. My large units also don't do too well in the forest, but hey, we got lots of infantry. Valkia, doesn't she suck? She's a good budget option, so she's very cheap. Oh, I guess I don't have terror. Oopsie daisies. Khorne is actually really weird. They have a hard time getting terror. Large units did not lose 70% in the forest. That would be insane. 70% is more than, like, even the most powerful of debuff spells. Is this a balance mod? No. I'm actually, I might have to table that for a little bit. Because I gotta work on the channel and upload some videos. As much as I really want to push for it, it's so much effort. So, yeah, we're just gonna have to settle for this. Anyways, here we go. Got my Skull Reapers. He has Scaven Sleep Slingers. Lots of cheap frontline. Always pretty comfy. Alright. This is a good Flesh Hound summon. Flesh Hounds come chock full of no missile resist. Whoopsie daisies. But, you know, they should still be good. They should still be fine. Alright, so he's going for this right side. It seems. Ike Claw has Warp Lightning Flensing. That's pretty chill. Loses one volley to this situation. Doesn't really get much out of it either. Valkyria's coming in hot. Get back. Damage immunity for the win. Valkyria's got that immunity. We got slings flying out everywhere. And here comes the first engagement. Now, as long as Valkyria can dodge this, which she does, because she's a Chad. We've already wasted a good chunk of his ammunition. Which is pretty good for me. Valkyria's pretty good for countering skirmishers with that sweet, sweet mobility that she's got. I don't imagine he'll be able to push too hard over on this side, given that he's going to be incredibly flanked in but a moment. Although Claw, I don't know. Overall, though, this is a pretty nice engagement. So that's flancing number 1. We're just gonna try and avoid too much damage with my dudes. We're gonna push these guys in. Gonna Wrathmong them. And hopefully, we just bring them to Pound Town, right? Classic situation. You want to take out the front line. Holy moly, that did some damage. That did some pretty good damage, I would say. And yeah, as soon as the front line is gone, life should be fairly comfortable. Then it's just using my Furies to hunker down on this situation. We want my Spawn to get in there. There we go. Furies looking like they're doing pretty good. Valkyria can bully Ike. And it's all about just pushing on in as hard as we can, right? Ah, crap. They routed. Rip. These ones, though. I'd rather just get my big ol' Sword of Khorne ability down. We'll see how the actual fighting goes. My Wrathmongers are not holding in the fight at all. I feel like they're not holding in the fight at all, man. Dude, do they even do damage? I don't know. Alright, those are Scaven Slave Spears. I could hit up the Slingers. I could hit up the Storm Vermin. I think the Storm Vermin would make the most sense. Unfortunately, the Furies are kind of getting massacred. Pretty good spear, though. Pretty good spear cast. Yeah, I'm kind of down trading now. That's a little unfortunate. A little unfortunate. It was a pretty good spear, though. That's going to help me out. Claw's definitely taking the heat. So that's quite nice. I'll get another Sword of Khorne down in a second. But, yeah, we're just going to see if we can bully this dude. I also have a Relentless Rage. Do I want to cast it, though? Probably not. Oh, God, these Furies are dying. God, dude, these Skull Reapers suck. They suck. How are they dying so hard? What the crap? Alright, well, I gotta bail. Unfortunately, I gotta bail and take literally any other unit for the next little while. Thankfully, I do have another spear. We can just chuck that out. Valkyria on the evac. As long as she doesn't die to Rat Ogre, she should be fine. Oh, really? Some Wolf Rats in there? Okay. I shouldn't have to worry about Wolf Rats too much. Oh, crap, I forgot. Some dudes over there. Whoopsies. Oh, God, yeah, Valkyria's just gonna die. Yeah. Yeah, Wrathmongers there. They did not cook. Now, we still got a decent situation. I do have some victory tickets over my dear opponent. Valkyria should be able to escape as long as we babysit her properly. Come on, Valkyria. Don't get staggered. And I got my Marauder Horseman here. Should be fine. Look at that. Valkyria, she's having a dandy old time. A little terror out. Who cares? Oh, God, dude. Dude, those units suck, man. Dude, Skull Reapers suck so bad. Alright. Yeah, Valkyria's a goner. Alright, so we're obviously pretty tabled right now. He has a capture point. I got no units. Dude, 200 value? Holy crap, that's so bad. That's so bad. I haven't seen such a... I don't even know why, what makes them bad exactly. I don't even know what makes them so bad. Okay, well, I understand why they're a meme, but, like, I don't understand why their stats, actually. Like, are they, like, missing units or something? I had, like, negative damage unit. What is this? Alright, well, I can pull back points with this. I can pull back points. We already chased off a wolf rat. I got a sword of Khorne. Yeah, I know he's slain my lord. Look, down to wolf rats. What the crap? Yo, that's crazy, man. That's bonkers. Like, Exalted Bloodletters would, they would have gotten so much more work done, you know? These guys, I don't know what they're used for. Holy moly. I guess bringing 5 was a little ham, but still. Color me surprised. Lessons well learned. It's okay though. I just have to clean up all of these guys. It wasn't even the slingers that killed him, by the way. It was straight up just it's just like the clan rats, right? Like, look at that. They're dying to normal clan rats. What, they have like no melee defense or something? I don't even know. Okay, anyways, he's gonna be pushing on in. That's fine. So I can just hit those guys up and get his rat ogre surrounded. That'll be a pretty nice pick for me. Alright, we just have to play the mega value game and just get picks where we can. There you go, there's a rat ogre out. Hell yeah, he's gonna try and get Icket Claw here. He does have his mega flensing. There's not really much I can do about it other than spread out a little bit. Hey, look, my horsemen are doing fine on this flank. And I could probably get some doggos over there. Who knows? Maybe Icket Claw just gets massacred. We'll see. Did he miscast that? Alright. Well, I'll take a plausible chance of victory. Doggos over there should do fine. These slingers should go down. What, it's just a couple of rat ogres? Yeah, okay. Sick. Oh, whoops. Accidentally ate a little bit of a flensing. Totally fine, though. Icket Claw is definitely taking some heat now. We have our doggos on the flank. My Marauder horsemen are doing okay. Gonna need to give them unbreakable, though. Maybe I can capture one of these points. It's not too bad. This artillery piece ain't doing too well, though. Doggos are doing great, however. So I already picked apart this flank side. That's not too bad. You know, he's really overextending. You never know when the overconfidence will overtake your opponent and you can snipe out a win against them. You can see we're already starting to pull back a little bit of value because of how wide he is. He actually summons in a doggo unit that I can chase off. Very nice for me. Very nice indeed. Then I just got to pull back over here. Send the doggos in. No! My dudes! That's a little unfortunate. But hey, I have, you know, these guys. Have a little bit of anti-infantry doodads over there. Can get another shot in the distance. How are his doggos doing? Pretty decent. There's not really much I can do there. He's just spawn camping me. He's just spawn camping me. Is there anything I can do to stop this? Like, obviously it's a bad situation, but I might as well give it my best shot. Alright, there you go. There's a little bit of a pummel. He's getting a couple D summons. We're both really starting to run out of units, but losing to his normal doggos is so bad. You don't want to just lose to normal doggos. Anyway, I can kill the rat ogres. God dang infantry. Again, routed off. Okay, here we go. This is not bad. That at least is a start. So that's a huge sword of Khorne. Goodbye, infantry. Hello, mass routes, hopefully. Sword of Khorne. Kicking up a storm. Nice. This is all the units I have left, though. But come on, you're kidding? You're telling me that didn't route them? Yo, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. You're telling me they're not routing from that? They got 75% of their HP gone, man. What the crap? Okay, now they're routing, but god dang, man. Yeah, I assume he has like a million funds. Although technically it says value trading is like kind of close-ish. I still think we're totally dead, but I guess I have a little bit of time. We might as well play it out. Where's your army? I spent it all on Skull Reapers. Actual garbage, man. Literal garbage, those guys. Alright, here we go. Fire at Will is on with this thing. Yeah, I don't really have anything to kill Ikiclaw at this point. There's a route. Can I steal some points, though? So, it really depends on his Wolf Rats. How many Wolf Rats is he gonna have? Nice armor you got? Yeah, it's massive. God dang, man. I knew Skull Reapers were, like, unpopular. I didn't realize that they just couldn't kill Skaven. Basic Scaven clan rats. How was I supposed to know? Let's see here. Maybe it is the low entity count that kind of screws them over. All right, can I steal this point? Come on, get in there. And there we go. Can they get a little bit of a volley on Ikit? I don't think I'm killing Ikiclaw though. Come on. Okay, here we go. Big shot, big shot. Come on. Can you get one shot? Nah, alright, that's GG. Oh boy, alright. GG. Yeah, let's check the Skull Reaper value real quick. Oh god, oh bloody atrocious, man. Actual garbage. Dude, how are these guys so bad? How are they so bad? They got like 400 value on average, maybe slightly over. They didn't even get to like half. Didn't even pay off for half of themselves. Bet Nurglings do better. Dude, what's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? Why do they suck so bad? Like, it's not even like he had a good front line. It was a pretty normal Skaven front line. Dude, yeah, what makes them so bad? Okay, so there's the low entity count, right? So there's 60 entities. Okay, yeah, I know they have less armor, but they still have 42 melee defense. Like, Forsaken of Khorne have 15. God dang. God dang. Seriously, though, why are they so bad? Okay, looking raw stat-wise, right? So what's another, like 60 entity unit? Okay, let's look at Vampire Ghost. Okay, so even Depth Guard should be like, if you compare them to Depth Guard, like we all know Depth Guard are pretty squishy. They have less armor. Skull Reapers have more HP though. 80 leadership, so they shouldn't be routing. Maybe they get surrounded easily? I don't know. Like they have 9,400 HP. Depth Guard have regen though? Yeah, but like Depth Guard typically they're not gonna regen 2,200 HP. Not unless they live very long. So I think it's an apt comparison. Depth Guard also aren't the be all end all of what makes a strong unit too. Alright, let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see. I didn't realize it'd be so much of a meme. Okay. In theory, in a vacuum, right? Maybe they just died to the rat ogres or something. One Skull Reaper, it should annihilate 3 clan rats, right? Let's be real here. It should absolutely annihilate 3 clan rats. Also, by the way, there's not too many signups today. So, I should still be able to qualify if I just win my next 3. Audio is muted again? I'm so sorry. This whole time! Yeah, I muted it for some recording. Alright, here we go. So here's one Skull Reaper. Like, they look sick, I must say. They have ITP, they have Frenzy. It's a 64 melee attack unit. 42 melee defense. Wait, dude, the models are huge. Their models are massive. Are you seeing this? Dude, their models are huge. That could contribute to a little bit of weird shenanigans. Okay, against just normal clan rats. Yeah, they can kill just normal clan rats. So I guess it is just the do they just like suck versus monstrous infantry? They're not getting countercharged. But like, you know, in this case, right? So like my Skull Reapers were dead by the time they finish these guys off. In a vacuum, they do fine. It could just be the rat ogres, maybe. Well, they're anti-infantry. Most of them were just fighting infantry. That's the thing that confounds me. Let's take a look against like just one rat ogre. And we'll put it on normal mode so they charge. Doom Flayers and rat ogres probably killed them. I guess like they are a little bit on the squishy side. Okay, let's take a look. God, I hate it. Okay, look, I gotta switch the AI to attacker. God dang, I always just deploying on the hill. All right, here we go. Like, okay, it makes strategic sense, but like, this is miles away, man. All right, here we go. All right, Skull Reapers. How do they do versus rat ogres? In theory, they still have really high damage. Against a rat ogre unit? Yeah, they actually do pretty well. Actually do pretty well against a rat ogre. What trickery is this? What trickery is this? Or like in a vacuum, they're doing fine. Was it the Doom Flayers then? The rat ogre's definitely on the charge and get a lot of damage in. So with enough charges, you just kind of wear them down. Watch the replay. Good idea. Alright, here we go. Against Doom Flayers. Yeah, it's a little awkward. I will say their entity sizes are huge. They're like almost as big as rat ogres. Look at these guys. These guys are massive, man. Dude, he's staring eye to eye with a rat ogre. Usually having a bigger entity size is pretty rough. Yeah, so it seems like if they get charged, they kind of just melt. I guess that makes sense. Let's take a look here. Replays. Rat ogres are hunched over. They are, but like still, they're pretty big. Oh, we have a next opponent already? Dang, it's fast turn. Let's see here. So you banned Creeping Swamp. Let's play Road. Let's play Road to Talipine. Anyways, yeah, like I said, if I win these next three, I should be fine. Making it to semifinals. We'll have to see though. Yeah, so like this play was fine, you know, Valkyria got a lot of damage in. I really want to see what these guys, like what happened to them. So they shouldn't have taken too much damage from the flensing as soon as they left the bubble. Ikiclaw was on top of them right away. Yeah, okay, so he did have a Doomflayer. God dang, dude, how much value did this Doomflayer get? 300 already. So the Doomflayer gets a lot of shock damage in, they lose their frenzy, and then they just start sucking, right? I think that's basically what happened. I was thinking the Flesh Hounds would just punish the Doomflayers, but they really didn't jump them very hard. And these guys don't have a lot of entities either. Yeah, it was just the Doomflayers. Okay. Good to know, good to know. And they're not as expendable as, like, Plague Bearers or something. I don't think they have a lot of mass either. Kind of felt like the Doomflayers just had their way with them. Should be fine. Okay, so we're on, what, Imperial Road? Alright. We're on Imperial Road, let's do it. Alright. Empire. Okay, I know what I want to do. You need to max out Exalted Bloodletters and see how that goes. I feel like Exalted Bloodletters are not bad. I feel like they're not bad. They have the same leadership, but they crumble. And they don't rely on Frenzy. They also have 100 entities too, so they get a lot of hits in. Oh yes. Win-loss counter. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I hate you all. I'm kidding. Alright, Empire. Empire can go man-tide action, which is oh so annoying. Alright, let's take a look-see. So, honestly, Flesh Hounds feel so lackluster nowadays. I don't know how I feel about Flesh Hounds. A lot of people use Minotaurs as their large units. Starts getting extremely expensive due to how elite your forces become. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. Valkyria's a little weird because she unfortunately doesn't cause terror. So I'm gonna opt into some terror causing units this time. Yeah, we'll get the 1-1. We'll be fine. Although Empire is pretty spooky. I wonder if this guy's gonna kite me with that sick Empire wagon kite I had crafted. Chosen of Khorne. Chosen of Khorne are fun. But unfortunately, probably no. Alright. I should totally just stick to my usual bread and butter, right? Forsaken our god tier. Forsaken our absolutely god tier. And then I want me some of these. Let's see. What's a nice unit I can take here? Is this good? I can put this guy on that. Oh, you know, that's actually pretty cheap. Chaos Knights of Khorne. Max Khorne Knights. I'll whip it out once I'm more confident. Cavmax versus Empire, you instantly lose to Spearman Mantide. I don't think you can do that. Okay, you know what? This is... I really wonder how this pans out. Ooh, kind of expensive though, ain't it? What's the usual solution to, chariots and such? How does the Cultist of Khorne compare to an Exalted Hero of Khorne? Exalted Hero has way more armor. Cultist has a shield. He has Rage and Potion of Toughness. This guy has a summon. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. I think I know generally the type of build that I want to go for. Ooh, okay. You know what? Sure. Yeah, alright. This is a fun build. Yeah, Empire has a lot of different builds. It's not the end of the world, though. It is still fairly manageable. Like, Wrathmongers are pretty jokes against Empire. If he spams, like, great swords, which can actually be a pretty fun tech that can kind of ruin a Khorne player, having one Wrathmonger to just clean them up is a pretty nice way to secure some easy wins. Alright, it should be a good enough build. Oh boy, here we go. Max Wrathmongers is way too risky against Empire. One wagon build and you're dead. And it's over, man. Anyways, yeah, what I needed versus that Scaven army was a source of terror, a bunch of Forsaken instead, and Minotaurs to kill his thingamajigs. And is the type of player to take those risks? I am, but not when I'm one game down. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I'll never ask for Skull Reapers again. You guys have borne witness to Skull Reapers. I can now pull out that receipt anytime anytime people ask me to take them. Look, my parents always taught me to try food once, and if I didn't like it, all right, then I don't have to eat it, but I have to at least try it once, okay? And man, did I eat a lot of bad food. Man, did I eat a lot of bad food. Oh my gosh. Ah, jeez. But I still gotta listen to them, alright? Mom and Pop know best. Alright, here we go. It's a Forsaken rush. Guess what? These guys are actually good infantry because they're cheap, fairly expendable. I got lots of mass in reserve. I'm just gonna hide in this forest all game and then push out. Kill him. This build loses to wagons for sure. Not as much with the forest. So if I just kind of chill in this for like the next 6 minutes, I should be fine. He has a final transmuter and a Boris. Okay. Yeah, so he's gonna triple cap, but anyways, look, I invented the wagon build. I know how to deal with it. I accept Red Olgor memes. I'll say, yo, this guy has vigor. Minus 1% vigor per second. Here we go. Time to be boring. Time to be boring. So yeah, he's gonna capture some points fairly quickly. There's nothing I can do about it. But the longer I wait, the less effective his wagons become. And most definitely I can capture the points very quickly. No Khorne Gores? Nah, I got Minotaurs. Minotaurs and Blood Beasts are good enough for killing Empire Cav. I don't really like Khorne Gores because I feel like they're a little susceptible to getting routed. Against a player that knows what they're doing, Khorne Gores can kind of just get massacred. Alright, well, this is nice. Oh, alright. Remember, skirmishing tools lose so much value. The longer they're not shooting, the worse they get. And it doesn't really matter if he gets a ton of tickets. As long as the game, you know, as long as I capture the points, he's screwed. So we're fine. How's the weather? It's pretty cold, honestly. I got my sweater on. Yeah, yo, Scarbrand's hyped though. So Scarbrand keeps him safe, so when the fighting does get started, we're fine. Pretty sure Turin ran wagon build before you did. That's not the thing you can take credit for? Okay, alright. Like, when wagons got released, alright, like, sure, I guess. Alright. I was the first one to pull it off against Khorne, though. Like, it's a Khorne-specific build. Okay, sees I am not AFK. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna take credit for wagons in general. Of course, Turin was the first one to, like, really, you know, go hard on the meme. But, like, he never had success going kite against Khorne. He always wrote it off as, like, impossible. Which is why I think I can take credit for this. But like if you go by, you know, the harder standards, then like no one can claim anything for any build, right? It's just the first person to get access to the DLC just like takes a unit and then like they have that. Anyways, yeah, this is totally a Tim the Wilder build-up strat. There's literally nothing to do because the sooner I fight, the sooner I get shot up, which just like sucks. Also, he's not using his magic, so he'll be stuck on cooldowns. What would make Skull Reapers viable? Just make them cheaper. Look, if you want a unit to be viable, just make them cheaper. Such is life. 'Tis very simple. Khorne OP, they said. They really did. Anyways, I just want to bulldoze like this section as fast as possible and then just kind of swing hard left while Scarbrand works his rampages. Hopefully his build doesn't have too many units. But like this is going to be yeah. This is it's all gonna rely on like the main big fight. He shouldn't be able to hold points very long. Empire is not especially good at that. I do have to push like kind of soonish though. At least securing this first point rather quickly, but at least his wagon value is going to be severely diminished. Like really, he has like what, like 8 units of infantry? That's pretty manageable. When are you gonna attack? Eventually. Maybe at the 600 ticket mark. I don't want to get army wiped, and there is a high chance of that happening. The double cultist though definitely helps out on that front. I'm sorry that, you know, this is obviously a very boring style to have to play, but it's sadly what we're gonna have to do to make sure that we definitely win this. So first order of operation is take this point immediately. All right, we want to just pile on in. We get in these boys, right? And I'm going to harass his outriders with the double cultist. Now, if he plays timidly, I should also be fine. Looks like he does want to go on the aggressive. And I want to trade as slowly as possible here. You can see how good the cultists are against skirmishers. They don't give a crap. Not at all. So they're just gonna charge on in and be super annoying and prevent them from getting any real value. It's going to be a very quick capture of the first point. And I'm going to be able to get some fairly nice engagements here. He's doing his best to kill the cultist. He's definitely doing his darndest. They're gonna have to play ultra carefully. There we go. Nice. Scarbrand with the routes is solid. Alright. Now what's he gonna do with the Demogryph Knights? Cultists just need to be annoying, really. Yeah, Demogryph Knights aren't really harassing my Skull Reapers too much, so that's pretty good. Scarbrand's just getting some sick rear charges now. And that's going to be a massive rout of his initial lines and a capture. I do lose one cultist pretty fast, though. Losing the cultist so quickly is definitely a little suboptimal. As long as he doesn't kill my Wrathmongers, though, I should be fine. Dang, second one's gone? All right. Well, we're going to have to capture these points quickly then, aren't we? At least his infantry lines are suffering pretty hard, and Scarbrand should be able to handle the situation fairly well. He even lets a cultist come back, which is bloody marvelous. Scarbrand has the threat of loads of rampages, so that should be spooky enough where he can't really do too much. Here we go. Capturing of this point is going pretty well. Royal Altdorf Griffites getting massacred. Dang, the cultists are back in action. What chads? Dude, these cultists, man. Absolute chads. All right, now he's gonna get a little bit of a final transportation on Scarbrando. That's okay. We can live with that. I just gotta ignore Boris for a little bit. We're really milking this cultist valley. There we go. Nice. There's a mass route and a half. And you can see, like, yeah, his value trading is good, right? His value trading is obviously going great, which is why engaging early on is such a big risk. But now it's definitely looking a little sus for him, right? There's the good old Scarbrand rampaging. So no more of that action. He just has to not die to Boris, and I should be okay. There we go. So that should be able to kill all his Outriders. Wrathmongers are cleaving away. They're doing great. He's losing loads of cav. Royal Altdorf Griffites are dead. The Minotaurs are... They're a decent choice with chasing down his little mobility force there, but... Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough for him now. So you can see he's lost his one of his Outriders. And Boris is now next. I should be able to handle Boris fairly well. Blood Beasts are also really good. Okay, Cultist is doing fine. He might want to rechase those wagons, though. We'll have to see. This one, yeah, I just got to escort his dudes off. And then once you have a triple cap, then he should be in a little bit of trouble. Should be in a little bit of trouble. Although he is recapturing one of those far points. We'll have to manage that situation. Value trading's not bad, though, but I really got to make sure I don't run out of units, right? Scarbrand especially. We really can't afford to let him die. There's a lot of value on Boris. But I have a double cap. Losing these Forsaken, though, is kind of sus, I'm not gonna lie. You know what? Let's just make him unkillable. Alright, there we go. Blood Beast into Knights is a bit of a toss-up. Not a huge fan of Boris showing up. I will say, that part's a little bit, that's a little spooky. Cultist is doing fine. Does this one have his thing soon? Okay, he almost has a summon soon. That's good. Blood Beasts are also a fantastic option. And he only has the one capture point, but we're going to need to do more than this. Just one capture point is absolutely not enough for this. There we go. All right. So there's no escape over there. All my boys can get on in. Cultist can get a summon over there. Blood Beasts are doing fine. All right. I'm going to need to trade a little bit better, though. Those wagons are still incredibly painful, man. At least we kill his Empire Knights. That's pretty good. Dude, Scarbrand's going to get dumpstered by these if he target fires them, though. Ooh, he's shooting the Forsaken, though. That's a blessing. All right, we got a little bit of a rout. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Got my Blood Beasts in here. Maybe we can kill Boris. All right, like this is a pretty good fight over here. I should be able to get some picks in the distance. All right, here we go. There we go. Big Scarbrand action, okay? Big Scarbrand action. We kill Boris. The game's over. Come on. Come on, Scarbrand. You got this. Holy crap. Scarbrand actually's got this. Yo, what the crap? Dude, Scarbrand's a Chad. Are you kidding me? Holy moly. All right, never mind. Easiest game of my life. What in the what? Dude, Scarbrand's a Chad. You seeing this? He just brought him down full HP to nothing. I just swung back in the value lead. Why was I even worried? Who would even be worried when you have friends like Scarbrand? My God. All right, well, I guess with him single-handedly winning the battle for me, we're fine. Yeah, dude, Boris got his face kicked in. No teeth. No teeth for Boris. I just gotta, you know, keep escorting him off is all. Which is a little awkward because Scarbrand is, you know, potentially gonna get sniped by these, like, Outriders and such. But if he can just stay close to Boris, I should be fine. And then without Boris, then he should be screwed. Oh, he really did retake some of these points, didn't he? Dude, I'm gonna lose on tickets if I'm not careful here. All right, there we go. I just gotta pull my dudes back. Really? He came back? Holy crap, man. All right, here we go. Come on. Come on, man. Come on, brother. He only has the 1 point. Boris really just escaped that? God dang, man. All right. Anyways, I recaptured this point in like 20 seconds. That part's fine. That part's totally fine. The odds of him being able to recapture points, though, is relatively high with the wagon support. So I do have to be a little wary of that. Scarbrand's quite low, too. This is the downside of the stalling strat. If you don't get like a dominant victory, it could end up going very, very south for you. Oh my god, he's gonna actually hold it with the wagons. I'm actually gonna lose because I didn't pay attention to the capture points. Unless I pull out a miracle here, or they barely hold. That's also an option. Okay, here we go. Spearmen are dead. Come on. Just chase the wagons off, man. Just chase them off. Holy crap, he actually pulled the wagons off. What a save. Okay, here we go. Next up is this point. So we can't afford to let him take that. I did capture that. That's good. Okay. All right, all right. Get him, Scarbrand. Get him. No, not the wagon capture. Not the wagon capture, no. There we go. All right, let's get the summon. Dude, I'm not gonna capture it. Oh, that's such a tragedy. That's such a tragedy. Oh, lordy. Oh, God. Well, I guess that's the fate. That's the fate of Khorne when well, actually, okay, wait. Okay, so I have my Exalteds here. I have my Blood Beasts. I gotta capture the point, but he's gonna swing over now, and then I'm just screwed, right? God, I ran out of units to summon on in. That's hilarious. Come on, man. Okay, the Exalted Bloodletters are doing great. He's not going for this capture point either. So I can actually get a couple of these wagons killed, but I only have like a minute to take back this point. Come on. Come on. You guys got this. I believe. I have a minute. I have a minute to take this point. With Minotaurs, maybe? I have Minotaurs over here, so if he dips on this point, then that's not too bad. Hey, okay, those wagons are actually dying pretty hard. Alright, here we go. And I'll have my my dudes over there. You know, maybe I still win this. With the swift killing of all these here wagons. You know, I could potentially retake this point very quickly. He just has to not take this one. Or this one. Or that one. Or that one. Alright, here we go. God, that's so brutal. That's so brutal. We barely lost. Yeah, we're done for. Unless, well, you know, the Minotaurs here are doing okay. I think we're totally done for, though. Not enough like armored infantry and such. Just like the normal Khorne shenanigans. I will say, Khorne feels like a very slow faction. GG, well played.
There is only defeat.
God dang, man. Dude. I don't know how to play Khorne, clearly. Oh, man. Yeah. The Forsaken were fine. I think the Cultists were... they did okay. The Cultists did okay. With their summons and such. He still got hella wagon value, though, right? So he's still getting value while I'm capturing the points. I would have needed to capture the first point. I think that way I can stall a lot longer if I capture it. Dang, yo, sick plays that turn. Alright. Yeah, Skull Cannon wouldn't be able to out-trade the wagons, though. Let's see here. Yeah, well, Altdorf Griffites didn't do well. It was just the wagons. So I would have needed like hella mobility and just jump them probably. Let's see here. The Boris not dying though was so rough. Alright, GG, well played. Yeah, Boris surviving was real rough. Him rallying, oh my god. Oh god, dude, Khorne's a weird one. Max armored push probably would have been fine there though. Yeah, Khorne doesn't have kite win counter. All right. If he came out and attacked me from the beginning, he would have been in a bit of an awkward position. Did we win? Nah. Nah, we lost to the wagons. I needed some units I could summon in the late game too. Fleshhounds and Khorne Gores actually would have been like a very standard meta choice, because Khorne Gores can kind of just sit and hold. Honestly, I think the cultists probably lost me that game. I thought the cultists would be okay at, like, you know, pushing away the wagons. But with cultists, you probably don't even want them. Honestly, I think I would just cut the cultists. Garvan was fine enough, like, you know. He's fine, but yeah, cut the cultists and just get like way more infantry to just clear his army at the beginning. Yeah. That's probably the way to go. Other option is to go like, you know, a Cav max. But I don't really trust Khorne Cav to win their respective fights. Is that shootout they can win? Let's see. Fleshhounds are hard maybe. They do really bad into Empire Knights though. So I'm thinking if I had to play that again, probably go for like, I don't know, man. I almost want to go mobility Khorne, but this stuff is so slow. How fast are Chaos Knights compared to like Bretonnian Knights? Jeez, 14 speed slower, god. Let's see. Forsaken, we're fine. Would you make any changes to Chaos Knights? Yeah, minus 150 gold. That puts them at about the tier they're supposed to be. I think, okay, I think Khorne definitely suffers against Kite, but I still have a few things I can think of to possibly try and make some counterplays. I mostly lost that game because I didn't pay attention to the points too. Realistically, he shouldn't have been able to recapture any of the points. What's the faction you have the most fun with? Probably Slanesh still. Kislev and Empire are also really good. Let's see here. What do I want, really? You can go hard on the single entities, but that's still really weak to Kite. This is why all the Khorne players just spam an infinite tide of Chaos Warriors. I guess, like, you know, that is the alternative. I usually, you know, with every other faction I play, I don't like going for Chaos Warrior spam. But with Khorne, maybe it just makes sense. Because this is your main anti-Kite, fairly sturdy front line. Skull cannons dominate wagon trains, way longer range. You draw your opponent's Lord in and dives. What? No, I think Maverick Sloth. I feel like your opponent shouldn't dive them. You're kidding me. If you're telling me... So, like, definitely you can play from far range, which is pretty good, but... Let me take a look-see. I've never had a hard time killing skull cannons with wagons. But maybe I'm misremembering. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. Let's take a look-see. So, in theory, you're saying skull cannons? Like, if they can't damage them, don't want the ROR? Okay, yeah, let's take a look at normal. If they do well, that'd be an interesting tech. All right, let's take a look-see. So yeah, this one is too short range. But you can play like outside the range here. You can get some pretty good damage. You know, even this one's doing not bad damage. I'd say if I'm going to play the stall strat, based on this damage, it's probably worth just running. As long as they don't have, like, even if they have a cannon, you can probably just manages. So what? Is that how you play Khorne? Just every battle you run Hellforge Bellows? I'll take it. This one is a lot less effective though. Although this one is has to be way closer to the War Wagon range, so they'd probably be able to get a lot of shots off. This one, it kind of ran out of ammunition. You'd have to play a little bit closer. It's a little bit on the sketchier side. I don't think double skull cannon is like great anti-kite. I think it does. It does okay though. ROR is a sketchier pick if it ever gets in range, but yeah, you know, maybe just play Khorne and you soften them up with your artillery and then you rush in. Double cannon to actually snipe models. Let's take a look-see. What, you're spending 2,200, so it is cheaper than the quad wagon. Can they actually kill? Well, I guess you only need to kill a few models, right? Since wagons are really the only unit that they got. Let's take a look-see. In SFO, that artillery regens its ammo when it's in melee. It also does it not in SFO, so unless it's a different pace, but anyways. Okay, only 3 direct hits. So it's 3 direct hits to kill a War Wagon model. You know what? That's a lot better than I thought it'd be. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, so you're telling me the entire Khorne gameplay just relies on how good your skull cannon micro is? So you're telling me I should just skull cannon kite every battle? All right, fine. I guess it makes sense. These things can typically get their value back. I'm not complaining about micro. I just don't want to have to take skull cannons all the time when I'm playing Khorne. Although, I think it's because it's really meta. That's really... Things being meta is a big turn off for me. Let's see. So you can take 2 skull cannons. Alright, so you're saying I should just embrace the full... the full Enticity Khorne? Just go like quad horseman, double skull cannon every game? I was hoping the stall strat would work. Stall strat doesn't work as well if you don't capture 1 point though, because you don't really put your opponent on any timers. Yeah, so you're saying I should take like the cheapest, most garbage lord you've ever seen, right? Let's see. So how do you do this best? So he's 900. I think it's this guy. I think 750 is as low as you can go. So you go for a cheapo blood speaker. You go take any of this good? Dang, it's 73 seconds of unbreakable. Crazy. Let's see here. Okay, you know what? Just take a blood speaker on foot. Screw it. Let's see. You know, I guess you could take his healing. Where's his healing ability? Blood sacrifice. It's very cheap. So you have a little healing battery. You got your blood speaker. We know that Soul Grinder of Khorne sucks, so you pass on that. And then what do you do? Yeah, Wild Abandon on Furies. That's pretty jokes. Let's see. Yeah, no other range units. So. But hey, you know, 6 skirmishers is fine. The max kite with Khorne is like everything that goes against Khorne's ideology. Oh crap. Yo. I got my opponent. Here we go. Let's give him the lobby code. Pontim's Claw. Lop code in. So he bans Proving Grounds. I'm Khorne. Let's take a look-see. He bans Proving Grounds. I'll ban Narrows. Let's play on Border Low Landing. That should be fun. Here we go. All right. Let's put in what we learned. God, what a terrible showing. I thought everyone always talked about how Khorne's OP. Everyone's talking about how Khorne is like so OP and he's such a pain to deal with. Okay, obviously I just don't know how to play Khorne. Maybe the max infantry tide is the way. You just go full man tide. Just go like, 40 stack of like Marauder spam. I doubt they're that efficient, but who knows. Wrathmongers would have killed all the Scaven. I think Wrathmongers would have been sick, yeah. It's fine though. I think I just don't know how to play Khorne though. I think it's a faction that is a lot less straightforward than you might expect. Because they do have some really hard counters that you gotta deal with. I think Khorne is obviously really weak to kite, but I think they do have teeth. They wouldn't be so high up on the ladder and pick so often if they didn't have teeth. But yeah, it seems very similar to Norska. It feels like, maybe I should just play Khorne like Norska. If you think about it, well, the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are what, 70 range? They're way more expensive than Marauder Horsemen for Norska. All right, let's try the Enticity build, okay? We will prove ourselves this day. So, what? I want a lot of mobility. Let's see here. And yeah, I think that first Scaven game, if I had a proper build, I would ran over the Scaven. A lot of just those pure melee fights tend to go that way. It's just whoever can get that lead in the main trading game. Not having terror though. I think Khorne, if they had an easy source of terror, they would be way spookier. Knights of the Brazen Throne cause terror. They have murderous charge. All right, real units. Real units. Do I take a Slaughter Brute? Slaughter Brute it up. Blood Brute Behemoth. Okay, Blood Brute Behemoth is hilarious, but probably not the way to go, right? Soul Grinder of Khorne causes terror. Ah, hell yeah. The best unit. Okay, you know what? What if I go... Okay, yeah, I think I know what I'm supposed to do now. We played a couple games of Khorne. I know what must be done now. It is so clear. It is so clear to me now that the build that must be done. Let's see. This guy can get those flying dudes, which is a little annoying. Other than that, though. All right, here we go. Khorne vs Dark Elves, Border Low Landing. Let's take a look-see. Knights of the Brazen Throne are amazing versus Scaven. Well, Scaven do suffer against that armored cavalry type of playstyle. As long as they don't... Basically, if they don't die to rat ogres, they're pretty good. I think Knights of the Brazen Throne actually would have done pretty well there. Hey, at least I get to, I get to learn all of Khorne's good units. Unfortunately, 0-2 means I'm probably not making it to the semifinals, though, but such is life. Maybe I'll just have a short stream today. Khorne sucks. Slaanesh wins tournaments. Well, you guys saw the Turns tournament, right? Bro, everyone and their mother was playing Slaanesh. My god, what a Slaanesh fest. Yeah, not taking Terror against Skaven's crazy. Alright, here we go. It's Enticity build time. Alright. Screw melee Khorne. I did take Chosen though, because why not? Ready. Good luck, have fun. Here we go. This is good though. Next time I do play in a big tournament, this will let me do a lot better. Because I'll just know more about the game. I'll know more about the threats and weaknesses of other people's factions. It's what won me the first tournament. That and playing my hella sweaty factions. How many wins to advance to semis? Usually you need 3. With this low of a player count, if I get incredibly lucky, maybe I can still get there with 2 wins, but extremely improbable. I think the odds are very low. Alright. Capture point number 1 is secured. He has 9 units.
We have a victory point.
He has Occam's Mind Razor and Pit of Shades, along with a High Beast Master, dude. Oh. Nothing too crazy. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. Shot straight into the ground. Love to see it. Anyways, you know what? Fire at will off for you. You don't get to shoot no more. Alright. Oh, God, Shades. Oh, the painful. His Lord's taking some massive heat, though. There we go. All right. Shades took a little bit of a beating there.
We have a victory point.
Oh, wow. He went that far just to Tormentor sword me? God dang. Didn't even last that long. That's kind of brutal. Anyways, if you turn off Fire at Will on these guys, you get way better control with them. That was kind of weird. Just shot right through them, but didn't actually explode. Kind of crazy. Anyways, aside from this, it's pretty typical man-tide shenanigans. So, yeah, we're just gonna chillax a little. Get our shots off. You know, it's, yeah, just work them. We dodged that Pit of Shades decently well. Now, he has a lot of anti-kite by just having kite, but the Skull Cannons are pretty good versus infantry. I expect them to do well here. You know what? Let's just heal this bad boy up. Why not? We know it does pretty decent damage to chariots, too. Look at that. Decent damage. Behold. Kind of whiffed the Pit of Shades. I don't know if it's a normal cast or an overcast. I sure hope it was an overcast. Holy crap, man. This thing is squishy. What a squish master. All right. Hey, you know, the more shots he shoots at these guys, the more my Chosen might be able to live. I guess maybe that's hype. Pretty good clip on his dude, too. You know, the single target damage on these things are not bad. Single target wise, not the worst. They can actually get a little bit deep sim. Severely underestimated. God, their accuracy could use some work, though. All right, get in there, Chosen. Chosen are expensive, but should be able to get some good work done. Fairly good hill situation going on here. That's definitely helping me out. And then we have the main tide coming on in. So if I can just push back his range tools, then maybe we're good. Yeah, let's just keep pummeling him. There you go. Nice. I still have the capture point. God, I wish I had some conventional cavalry, though. Some conventional cavalry would be so nice. Unfortunately, no, on that front. Here he goes running. I can't chase him down, though. Marauder Horsemen, probably the best cavalry for Khorne. Chosen have pretty high mass, so they should be able to do pretty well there. Value trading wise, though, we are kind of down. Not the most comfortable situation, indeed. But, you know, I got a pretty nice charge on that front. Here comes the man tide. The man tide, tiding it up. Oh, God. My poor Cav. Okay, there we go. And then you pull back. How the Chosen doing? Actually, not that bad. They're kind of holding. All right, here we go. Man tide away. I did lose one of my cannons, though. Whoops-a-daisies. Big misplay on my part. You know what? Let's heal up the Chosen. They have enough support now where we should be fine. Doggos are in here, too. Cannon's reloading its ammunition. That's a good time, indeed. And once my Marauder Horsemen rally, I should be fine. Khorne Mantide's not too bad, either. Because it kind of counters his kitey play style. So that's fairly comfy. Some Dark Riders over here. Okay, they're not a big deal. I can definitely tussle with a little bit of Cav support there and a tiny bit of a surround. That should be fine. His chariots are really sucking versus my my Chosen, by the way. Chosen surprisingly doing not bad in this situation. Yeah, let's just keep spamming the men. The men tide. There you go. Kill off the Dark Riders. We're gonna get a triple cap here. I am a little bit worried about the down trading. I'm not a huge fan of down trading. It typically means you're losing. But with it being decently close and the capture weight being all right, maybe it's fine. You know, I also had healing too, right? Don't forget, Khorne is one of the factions that can heal. God dang routing Khorne Gores. Oh my gosh, everything's terror routing. What's terror routing? Knights of the Ebon Claw? Of course they do. Well, you know, this is capture. At least we pushed up enough where a lot of my dudes are going to be able to rally. It doesn't really look like he has a lot. I don't know why. Maybe it's not tracking my skull cannon skirmishing very well or something. But like, if you just looked at the value trading, you would say that I'm in a terrible position. But if you look at the battlefield, you'd say it's actually not that bad. At least I'd say it's not that bad. Knights of the Ebon Claw are pretty spooky, but I've pretty well secured this point, and his passive triggers at about the worst time it possibly could. Definitely a plus. His spear is over here. Good charge on him. Charge and disengage. Let those guys get their axe throwing off. Honestly, still not the most decisive game, right? You know, this is not a very decisive game. I still don't know how to play Khorne. The skull cannons did not feel that great as a tool for kiting. I'm not gonna lie. You know, like, sure, I could have microed them a little bit better. His build, you know, there's some builds that you're gonna do better against. But am I really here just like, man, I'm really itching to run these hell cannons again. Oh my gosh, I love them so much. No, right? Like, absolutely not. He does retake one of the points.
Take it back.
I have a huge man tide though. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Knights of the Ebon Claw are in there. How good is your Cav micro though? I do have many a dude. I have many a man. Oh god, the routes are kind of painful. Is this at least going well? It's going okay. You know what? Khorne Gores for the win, right? A wise man once said, take some darn Khorne Gores. And you know what? They may be right. Not entirely sure just yet, though. Become unbreakable. Alright, there we go. What does? One Fury to micro, just so I have something to micro in this darn army, man. How's my skirmish Cav doing? Not bad. He has a little bit of a Cav flank, who cares? Cold One Knights? Honestly, tired Cav have a pretty rough time against these guys. Hey, nice. Caster's gone too. We got the caster. Artillery piece hits the Cold One Knights. Hype. This little Chariot Lord suffering a little bit. The value trading's back on the table, boys. We're value trading once again. Huzzah. Hurrah! Oh god. Alright, here we go. Yeah, this thing's just gonna get obliterated, isn't it? Unless it books it. Nah, it's dead. Unfortunate. He's never gonna shove the Khorne gores off though. They'll just keep piling on in. So it's going to be an absolute doozy. Although I will say, with the double cap, it does get a little sus. Some Cold One Dread Knights over there, interesting. And yeah, he is getting a little close. A little close to that very wanted capture. Second capture point. It's gonna be a little sus for both of us here. His Knights of the Ebon Claw took a lot of damage from the Khorne gores, and I do finally have my skirmishers back. Thank goodness. The only unit that can do anything on this roster. Alright, there you go. Nice. Knights of the Ebon Claw taking a little bit of heat. Over here, my Furies are doing fine enough. I do win on a single cap, mind you. By a fairly large margin too, so all I really have to do is like retake one of these points and I'm goodies. And these Khorne gores, oh my god, what chads. I guess Khorne gores are the answer to all things Khorne, aren't they? Because people start taking late game cavalry to finish you off with their kite builds, but then Khorne gores just kind of clap. I feel like if my opponent knew how to deal with them though, I'd be a dead man 10 times over, but whatever, I'll take it. Oh god, that's a Pit of Shades. Ouch, but ouch. Kind of painful. How's this fighting going though? Not bad. I still have the home point. I still have it. Pit of Shades not that good versus Khorne gores because magic resistance is alright. How's this guy doing? Dread Spears, yeah, they're going down. Look at that. Look at these Khorne. Look at these tiny little Khorne gores. I guess it makes sense now why people take this unit. It all makes sense. You just take Khorne gores. Did the Marauders do well? I don't know. They should just start spamming shielded infantry. I just have to micro less with Khorne. Is that the solution? The more I micro with Khorne, the more I get punished. You know, I summoned the Furies, they kind of got Pit of Shaded. The less I micro with Khorne, all right, the more monkey plays we can summon up, the better it seems like we're doing. Obviously, I did have to kite with my artillery a bit, but I don't even think that's what won it. I think what won it was the fact that I just had halberds for his cavalry, right? Oh boy, it's so easy to counter though, right? Like, you can just counter Khorne gores if you have infantry instead of cavalry. You know, he went for cheap infantry. Like, I swear, like, Khorne gores are not that spooky. How's the Blood Speaker doing? He got a lot of heals off. 200 value. Alright, get them, boys. Charge them, Corsairs. Look at this guy. Look at this Blood Speaker. Boom. Oh, he got knocked back. The poor sod. Alright. Corsairs down. Hell yeah. Nice. Very nice. Alright. Yeah, like if he had a better late game army, I think he would have absolutely dumpstered us. As much as I wish, like, you know, this was a solid victory, like a slightly better late game summon, you know, if he didn't have so many Dread Spears, and we would have been so screwed, man. I would have gone obliterated if he had, like, hell, if he had one Hargonet Executioner, I probably would have lost. Like, what am I supposed to do against one Hargonet Executioner, right? I'm so reliant on my dudes here. Anyways, we do resecure the middle. He lost value trading, trying to retake points. Very common thing to happen. Blood Speaker's a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, he's you know, he's a support. The only Khorne support. But yeah, Marauder Horsemen are good. You can't really go wrong with them. You can't really go wrong with them. Anything I can do here? Become unkillable for 20 seconds. Yeah, go Marauder Horsemen. I'd rank them about as even as Knights Errant. Oh, hell yeah. Blood Speaker versus this lady. Dude, he has 44 melee defense, man. Bloody indestructible. He may be a support, but he's still sick. Oh my god, right off the horse at the end. She didn't even touch the ground. Sick. Look at that Blood Speaker. Oh my gosh, look at that flexing pose. All right, this does not feel like a good night. God, I really hate Khorne. I really hate playing Khorne, man. I'll remember the win-loss this time because I want. Oh god, dude, Khorne does not feel that fun to play. The cannons paid for themselves. The horsemen, yeah, they paid for themselves. Chosen absolutely did not. Yeah, it's the halberds, right? So just spam Khorne gores. Was he worth it as a lord? Yeah, because he can take more useful stuff. All the other ones are gonna get kited. Valkia is kind of janky. I've seen some Skull Taker shenanigans. Okay, so from what I'm seeing, right, if you want to play Khorne, this is what you do. There you go, max Khorne gore. You take Wrathmongers into the horizon. What are the good units for Khorne, right? Then you get the Marauder Horsemen, they're pretty good. Blood Beasts are not bad. You know, you spam the Blood Beasts. Is that enough to spend all your money? Almost. Almost? Okay, you know, you still take one cannon. Yeah, so this is like your Khorne 101. Think this faction doesn't fit my playstyle? Maybe. I need someone to like wreck me with Khorne though. Someone has to wreck me with Khorne for me to like really know how to play them properly. I don't think I've really been dumpstered by Khorne in like recent history. Although I'm sure maybe someone could find a replay, but play Cathay versus Khorne and you'll get wrecked. All right, Karaftir, get in here. Get in here right now. Play Khorne versus my Cathay. I dare you. I dare you, good sir. Do it. Oh crap. We were last to finish our match. Khorne versus Dark Elves. And not violent enough to embrace Khorne? Quite possibly. Alright, Craftier. After I drop out of this tournament. Unless you play Max Mobility Cathay. Of course I'm going to play Max Mobility Cathay. Of course I'm going to play Max Moby Cathay. What the crap is Khorne supposed to do versus that? I don't think Khorne skirmishers work in most matchups. So, like, do you just take a wall of flesh? I think maybe I haven't been giving Khorne Gores enough credit. Khorne Gores and the Hellforged Bellows, like, they're infantry that can support themselves. It's kind of what you need. The alternative is Chaos Warriors of Khorne. They are much slower, more expensive. I've seen them crane gunners shoot things to death. I'm too scared. You should be. Cathay with the Moby Max crane gunner is insane. The Lusa, thank you so much for the $5.
Easy win
very
on the
much
board.
appreciated. I've been really trying to figure out like a YouTube video like format that I can really pop off with. But yeah, it's been a little rough. I did post 2 videos today though. Yeah, they're only doing okay though. They're doing all right. They got a lot of comments. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I don't really know like what my thing is anymore. Have to figure it out once again. Streams are still doing fine though, at least. Not from the high highs of a couple months ago though. Juggernaut Cav. Let's see here. Which ones are the Juggernauts? Is that the Skull Crushers? Yeah, 70 speed is really slow for cavalry. It leaves you open to a lot of getting murdered in the face. I guess Knights of the Brazen Throne, they do have that anti-infantry. Yeah, maybe Knights of the Brazen Throne are the way to go. Hey, we're rematching against Zetern. Okay. Now with my new knowledge. Okay, if I can beat his empire, it means that I have grown as a player. Even though I'm definitely not qualifying for this tournament, I will happily take a victory here. Post it after stream so we can watch it after. Oh, yeah. Mayhaps. Let's see here. Gates of Urkund. Alban. Womb of Sorrow. I don't even know what that map is. Alright. Khorne versus Empire. What's the play? Well, what's the play even? He wants to play Jade Tomb. Makes sense. You doing coaching after the tourney? Or starting the modded tourney? I'll probably get some coaching done. I'll cover the replays. Let's see here. Alright, so Empire. Last time we got kind of wrecked. There's no way Chaos Knights of Khorne do good here, right? You need that dedicated anti-large business. What is the play? So yeah, yo, Demon Princes are so expensive. They used to be 400 gold more expensive too. It's crazy. All right. It's a decent build. What's my source of terror though? Against the Empire? Alright, well, I feel like I've learned my lesson. I should be able to play this one a little bit more smart. Demon Prince or the Thurster? It's a Demon Prince that has weird animations. Demon Prince is janky. Very janky. Let's see here. You know what? Yeah, this might actually be pretty sick. I just want to get my win against this guy. We'll get our win, and we'll be goodies. Unga Bunga with shield warriors. It does make a lot more sense than I gave it credit for initially. If you can't, you know, that is supposed to be Khorne's strong suit. So maybe I've just been doing it wrong this whole time. Do I even need Marauder Horsemen? Probably. It's so scary for me to not go for some of these things, but you know what? Sure, you know, let's just... Lesson you've learned from this stream is just play Khorne on ladder instead of tourneys. Let's see, smart is bad. Smart good or smart bad? For Khorne, I don't know. How much thinky do we need? Ba, ba, ba. Really trying to figure out why I need to round out this build. I feel like this build, like, it's missing something. There's some, like, there's some juice that's just not really in here. That I feel like I'm really missing. Chaos Warhounds of Khorne. Frenzy Dogs for 450. Is that the secret that I've always needed? And just micro the dogs like crazy. Okay, technically Frenzy Dogs are actually a little bit scary. But the moment their leadership drops, and it will drop more or less instantly, you're kind of boned. Kind of just boned as soon as that's gone. Alright. Alright, I have a build of some sort. Will it beat Empire? Oh, I have no idea. Will it be fun to play? Probably. 20 dog units. I would take a build of only dogs, yeah. That sounds really up my alley, actually. Who's your most favorite legendary lord in multiplayer and why? Luther Harkin. He's the one that carried me to the finals back in the day. Full-on Blood Crusher army. It's Blood Crusher him? Nah. Way too sus. Let's see if this one cooks though. Let's just take a look-see. We all have our preferred style. I'm fine having a preferred style. I gotta actually learn how to play these factions properly though. You know, especially if other people are having success with the faction. Right? I don't want to just fall behind on that one. So I've gone for a very Khorne build. I've gone for a very Khornate build. He has heals and everything. Ready? Good luck, have fun. You know, he has his heals. He has Unbreakable. And this is the march forwards and don't stop marching build. How could this be an Enticity build? I have 4 dogs. The dogs might actually clutch it here. Yeah, so he went for the wagons again. He went for Boris, but like, how quickly can they actually kill armored warriors? I feel like they can't. You know, this might just become a build victory. No Outrider, so no real need to deal with them. He obviously has some sort of stealth like handgunner or huntsman unit in there. Totally fine by me. And yeah, the idea is just give him an unstoppable tide of flesh, and just see if he knows how to kite fast enough. Yeah, the Chaos Warrior tide is here. So he's gonna kill off like one Chaos Warrior pretty quickly. Waste a couple shots on my cultist here though, so that's actually gonna hurt him a little bit. The Khorne tide is here. Get him, boys. Honestly, it's a pretty funny build. In theory, he should be pretty worried about just walking into this madness, right? Because there's no way any of his troops uptrade into this. There's simply too much armor to punch through. And I'm really counting on that. Really counting on that to get me can this guy heal himself? He can self-heal? Oh, that's dumb. Oh, that's real dumb. I don't think that was worth it either. I actually did not expect him to self-heal, but he does. All right, so no Forsaken, no nothing. It's literally just like, hey, can you deal enough damage or what? Are you gonna You gonna do enough? I have Khorne Gores into the horizon here. So he didn't have a stealth range unit there. Okay. Oh, these warriors are slow. Oh boy, they're slow. All right, there we go. Khorne Gores are in. And then I start summoning doggos. I did lose one of my dudes though. This guy's got to provide leadership for sure. He did actually out-capture weight me on this far side. That's reasonably bad actually. An artillery piece? Yo, that's crazy. Now that part's a little crazy. Bringing in the artillery piece, I don't know how I feel about that one. And the Pit of Shades makes sense. That's going to do a lot of damage. The artillery piece though, I don't know. I'm just saying, it's probably not gonna do that much. Alright. Who are we healing up today? Is Khorne Gores? Nah, they can't die. I'll heal these guys up. Alright, there we go. The doggos are in. Doggos are hype. We brace the charge, that's good. And yeah, just gotta make sure no one routes, right? Just keep them all on that there battlefield. He's gonna have to retake the points eventually, and that's when we win, right? Yeah, I guess just really embracing the Unga Bunga. I guess that's it. That's apparently that's all you have to do to play Khorne. You just embrace the Unga Bunga. God, that's boring. Like, it's good, don't get me wrong, right? Like, this is clearly pretty annoying for Empire to have to deal with, right? Like, that Sword of Khorne was hilarious. You know, and Boris isn't gonna do anything here. He needs a lot more cavalry if he's going to fight something like this. But yeah, just straight up Unga Bunga Tide. Is that? It's very. This is like, you know, last patch's meta for sure. Giga Chad armor check. Oh man, yeah, the Khorne DPS check. But like, this build it's literally like there's no like there's no real skill to it, right? You're literally just spamming infantry and walking them forward. This entirely depends on if your opponent has the right build and the right micro skills to stop you from just Unga Bungaing into his face, right? Like, if he goes for Boris and it takes him too long to kill everything. You know, that's why I have that's why I run Volkmar sometimes with Empire, but like that's literally it. That's the whole build. Like, okay, yeah, I guess, right? You know, like sure, like, I have a lot of armor, right? And like, yeah, it was a pretty one-sided victory. Like, he couldn't do anything. But like, he brought a cannon, right? Like, you could totally kill this with, like, you know, some strong cavalry micro and just picking off single units at a time. You can use great swords or what have you. Panic Pit of Shades. Where'd he cast it?
One of your units has been
Totally missed it.
destroyed.
So like, this is the reason why people say Khorne is strong, right? But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's mostly because he brought way too much chaff. But like, you know, if they're not ready for it, it definitely cooks. Like, I can almost AFK for the rest of this battle now, and there's just nothing you can do. Yeah, he leaves. Okay, well, I guess I discovered how to play Khorne properly. Oh god. What a day. All right, well, there you go. Khorne. It's a faction. This is how I get deleted by Khorne every time. Yeah, but like, once you get like the hard kite going, you know, then you're really set. In this case, yeah, his wagons weren't aggressive enough. They should have been shooting my halberds a lot more. He took way too much chaff infantry. This is excessive amounts of spearmen. In a kite build, you don't even want the outriders because they can't run and shoot easily. You actually just want pure cav. You want pure cav You want the wagons, and then you want some, you know, shooty boys. Redeem the stretch and hydrate. Thank you. Silly brain user versus the Chad Braun enjoyer. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. This is the antithesis of everything that I don't like playing. It's good though. I think if I sat around and I really, also I will say the dogs are pretty fun. Maybe there's some sick dog builds I can do, but I think if you gave me the perfect Khorne build for every matchup, or if someone just has the perfect Khorne build for every matchup, I think you're actually pretty well set. You know, if you have really good reads on your opponents and you really know how to select the right units for the job, you can probably just get a lot of free build victories with Khorne. Because it's really hard to screw up a build like this. Like, you saw how one-sided that was, right? Like, you just walk forward. Just a move. I think Khorne dogs literally just have frenzy over normal warhounds. Let me check. Yeah, they have less armor, less melee defense, but they have frenzy and they're more expensive. Honestly, it's not that great. You know, frenzy's kind of cool. Like, the frenzy's not bad, you know, it's just a little deeps boost. This is why Khorne is boring in single player too. Honestly, I much prefer playing against Khorne because it's like a challenge that you're trying to dismantle. Playing as Khorne, nah. 17 or 12 melee defense doesn't matter. Not for dogs. It's the 50 gold that matters the most. We're talking, what, 12.5% more expensive? That's actually pretty bad. Imagine being 12.5% less effective. You summon 2 dogs, you're losing out on 100 gold worth of value. Unless the frenzy's really good, which it might be. You think every faction can make a Khorne counter army? I think Scaven would probably have the hardest time, because they don't really have a lot that can deal with the armor except for maybe Death Runners, but probably not Death Runners. Although it would be hilarious, just probably not. Yeah, Skaven don't really have a way to clear up infantry nearly as quickly, and they don't have the mobility to punish dudes. Oh no, they have Doomflayers. Never mind. Yeah, no. Doomflayers will crush it. Poison Wind Globes can be good, though they do run the risk of friendly fire in a bit. But yeah, also solid. I think these two, yeah, you're probably fine, right? The biggest thing is you just have to win the mobility fight and single entities. Mutant Rat Ogres are great for that. Yeah, I think Skaven are probably good. Could run Triads, but I feel like a bunch of Clan Rat Spears is pretty nice. And then once you have that down pat, you can clear up infinite infantry with Doomflayers. Mortars can be nice too, though a little expensive. But like, what are they gonna do? Send Furies on them? It's mostly just that one cav unit. Khorne does have some very high armored cavalry units that you kind of have to kill, and Skaven don't have a lot of great options versus them. I do think double Mutant Rat Ogre would probably do fine enough versus like a Knights of the Brazen Throne, where you probably don't have to worry about it much, right? "32 entities." Yeah. I feel like Mutant Rat Ogres probably be fine, along with Flinching Ruin and like Triads if you really have to shred their armor. But yeah, you can't go like a full kite though. Skaven, like any faction that has to take a lot of infantry, runs the risk of just having to fight Khorne on the back foot. And if Khorne just brings enough value units, then it kind of gets rough. But I think Skaven do well enough on the mobility front. I don't know though. It's kind of hard to tell. Would globes do it, or too weak to hounds? Globes would be fine enough versus hounds, because you have your own hounds. Scaven wolf rats are actually pretty terrifying. Pretty good damage. Scurry away. Yeah. But yeah, other factions that might not have kite vampire counts. So vampire counts technically can't kite Khorne, but the playstyles are entirely different, and a Mortis engine just wins you the game. So I think vampire counts don't really fear Khorne that much, though I'm sure if you don't know what you're doing as counts, you lose that fight. Tzeentch has Marauder Horseman. Maybe got the Changebringer action. Tzeentch has never been the best kite faction. Like, Tzeentch might suffer versus a full armor push. But, you know, if you have uncontested Changebringers, it could be real sus. I think there's a high chance Tzeentch just kind of crushes Khorne into the ground, but I don't have the build off rip for that. Turin's hosting a tournament? Well, how do you do? Turin's hosting a tournament in 1 hour, 30 minutes. Interesting. Well, I guess the stream's getting extended then. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to play Khorne for Turin's tournament. I guess I have to. And here I thought my suffering was done. It's today. Alright. Does Khorne even have an answer to Changebringers? Probably. Valkyrie and Furies are good enough. You could take Fly or two. Bellows, yeah, Bellows can actually just shoot them in the face. Interesting. Alright. Alright, well, first things first. I have a few replays that I gotta cover before they get outdated. Which ones did I cover so far? So, I don't think I covered any of Karavdir's replays. I did cover this one. Sure, let's take a look at this. Valkyria gets killed by Doom Knights? No. Well, like, if they have Doom Knights, you have Valkyria. They still need to have, the, like, you know, how hard are they going on the air? How hard are you going on the air, right? I think Doom Knights do outvalue Valkyria, though. So if she does lose that fight, it's probably pretty bad. It's probably pretty bad for you. Alright, here we go. This is a game sent by Karavdir. We're going to be giving him some coaching, covering his sick plays, showing off what he does well and what he does wrong in this match against Vampire Coast. Vampire Coast, they're a really spooky faction because they can spam loads of infantry. But good old Karavdir here is practicing the mobility max Cathay. Love to see it. We got some Jade Lancers, some Peasant Horsemen, some Jade Lancers. A Celestial Lion. Love to see it. -8 leadership. Get them crumbling sooner. Can be nice. Can be nice as long as it doesn't get shot to death. Easy triple cap at the beginning. And he pulls away from a clearly bad fight, the Lamprey's Revenge. So this is a terrible fight. He's making the very smart play of pulling away. He's diverting, and he's getting set up for easy picks elsewhere, you know? He could hit up the cannons. He could hit up a surround on some zombies over there. He can catch some summoned units. As long as he avoids bad engagements, we're good. A little bit of micro will go a long way. Tiny bit of a misplay. By grouping up his cav, his charge is not as devastating. Always worth it when you do cav charges to pull one of them and just take your time going for the long flank. It's gonna be worth it most of the time, as long as you have the micro for it. But yeah, unless your cavalry's like absolutely bulldozering through a unit, getting that flank is so much more important because only so many cav units can be attacking at the same time. Nevertheless, still kills a zombie. Positioning wise, he's doing great. Even catches a Carronade over here. Catches some bombers in the distance. Does lose one Peasant Horseman. Minor misplay, but definitely he's getting huge gains across the board here, right? This Vampire Coast player is definitely playing really wide, and Karavdir is abusing it. This is straight up Vampire Coast abuse. One of the great things about this cavalry build is that you can pick and choose your battles, and when your opponent gives you such a nice loadout of things to fight, boy, do you have some good options. Now, there is a surround, there is a catch on his Khorne here, but a little bit of a surround and pincer absolutely destroys these animated hulks. If he loses his Khorne here, it is a little not worth. You know, he could be picking that. He's focusing a lot on the bombers, which honestly are pretty low priority target. I wouldn't personally care about the bombers much. I feel like making sure your guys are consolidated is more important, because you can see these pirate summons coming on in here, right? If he doesn't have all his forces here, he might just get overwhelmed by the summons. His Khorne down traded because of the hulks. So slight mismanagement there. Silostra shows up, but she's not going to do too much damage. At least I say so. Is that a boat? Oh my god, it's a boat. Karavdir notices it though, because it is a giant boat. Only deals a quarter damage to Jade Lancers in the end, not the end of the world. But he did not take the big pick, right? So because he didn't slam into that area, we are seeing the animated hulks. They are starting to push forwards now. And they will be able to regroup, and that means that the Vampire Coast formation gets a whole lot stronger. They get a lot stronger. They take position, and they're in range of their guns. They have hulks to support. Silostra's here. There's a little bit of a lost opportunity, although he does take advantage of this far point, so not the end of the world, right? I would say this is a solid second pick. Another great thing is that he can just bounce on over to this far point, because Silostra's not fast enough to rotate over. And overall, it's very good abuse of his opponent's. Very good abuse of his opponent's positioning. I gotta watch the Crane Gunners. Holy crap, they already have 1,000 value. Oh, they've been shooting the Lamprey's Revenge. Now that's a good play. Very good play focusing the Lamprey's Revenge. Good play deciding to fight the Knights too. A lot of people might feel like fighting the Knights, this isn't the best engagement, but it's still pretty nice. A lot of people are afraid to fight these Knights because, hey, they're a free unit. They're gonna time out anyways. Aren't you just feeding your opponent value? The answer is no. They actually are incredibly squishy and deal, you know, like no damage if you just kill them on the charge. So if you can just pick them off before they can do too much, it's pretty nice. In this case, did have to disengage because of the hulks. He should have retreated a bit further. So they get a little bit of value, but 200 is fairly good mitigation. Trusting some depth guard. A Moringal unit. Okay, heading over here. Jade Warrior, I will say, is... This feels like a slightly weak play. Generally, as Cathay, you want to be just playing for value, because very often your cavalry build is going to be... You just friendly fire zombies. Generally, you're going to be killing the entire enemy army, right? It's not about getting tickets. It's about just wiping them off the map. By bringing Jade Warriors here, he really can't consolidate his forces as easily, and it can potentially put you in a bad position. Moringal's going to be charging in, though. With Onyx Crowman, he'll probably still uptrade there. But overall, I'd say slightly suboptimal. Good pick here, though. He did go to that far point. Crane Gunners are still shooting, by the way. Good thing about mobility is that they can easily all converge on the Crane Gunners, which means that they're really safe despite being out in the open right now. They have a solid 2,000 value lead. Like I said, you play for the value lead and you're fine. Lord gets a little bit low, but she lives, so not the biggest deal in the world. And over here, indeed, the Crowmen Harmony combo does kill the Moringals. So it works out fine. I do still think the Jade Warriors here are a little wasted, being on the flank. You know, you could just lose that point, get another half Crane Gunner, and like this entire army just dies immediately. But, you know, that's more or less nitpicking. I see an infantry unit, sus. A little sus, I must say. Should have been more Crane Gunners. Always more Crane Gunners. Still, though, it's pretty nice. Celestial Lion gets in there. Is this thing doing anything, though? Not that much, right? 477 value. This one Peasant Horseman is already 200. For 2 Peasant Horsemen at 800 or a Celestial Lion at, 1,300. Not the best, especially since it's getting a little bit dumpstered. You might think you need it to deal with Silostro, but the Crane Gunners are probably getting in way more value. Indeed they are. Indeedly doodly. Jade Warriors over here too, getting hit by the Hulks. You can see infantry. The moment you take infantry, you start taking fights that you might not want to take. It's always a little bit sus. It's always a little bit sus having slow infantry. The only time they're good is if you can force your opponent to fight your infantry on your terms, like with the Khorne build you just saw, where it's like just a million armored units, and there's literally nothing else to fight. But in this case, very lonely Jade Warrior and Peasant Archers, right? If this Jade Warrior had to support this Jade Warrior, like I was like, oh no, Coast is focusing all their forces to take this point. What's gonna happen, right? This guy has to go all the way. I can't even draw a line long enough to get him there without crossing the hill, okay? Maybe if I draw it really fast. There we go. He has to travel all the way, from like one end of the map to the other. That's gonna take like 2 minutes, man. It's gonna be ages. Oh, hell a boat. Kills the Jade Lancer. Pretty brutal. But yeah, this Crane Gunner has used all his ammunition. In the end, it doesn't really matter. As long as you're doing well enough where your Crane Gunners are alive, you're gonna be in a winning position. And boy, did this Crane Gunner do well. Honestly, build execution wise, I'd say pretty good. There weren't any major misplays here. Just minor losses that might get exploited by spicier opponents. But really, your one job when you're playing this build is to keep this bad boy alive and desummon them at full HP. And you know what? He did that, right? It's done. Vampire Coast wasn't able to exploit it, so he got like 3,000 value. Plus an extra 500 on the desummon. Absolutely insane. Coast is more or less tabled anyways. Though I will say, definitely don't worry about the points too much, right? If you think about it, let's say Coast was trading slightly better, and things were a little bit more sus. You could totally trade like 400, you can even trade 800 victory tickets, right? By losing this guy. How long does the opponent need to hold this point to get 800 victory tickets? He's gonna need to hold it for more than 10 minutes. It's simply, it doesn't do much for the opponent. He has to bring units over there. And in the meantime, in those 10 minutes, you get to have a Crane Gunner shooting him the entire battle, right? So you really don't have to worry about this point. I would definitely cut that because this is sus in the end. Yeah, it is a little sus. It is Coast though, so they don't have that many options to shut this down, especially with Crowmen flying around. But like, you could have done so much more over here, right? You could have had a whole full HP Peasant Horseman slamming into these zombie gunnery mobs over here. Peasant Horseman flanking these dudes, right? Instead, yeah, this guy chilling. But yeah. Yeah, he definitely could have just army wiped his opponent earlier. Anyways, it was still great though. Still a very nice game. Empress Crowman. Oh, he's gonna bomb drop. Dang, must be on cooldown. Or maybe I already used it. Dang, already used it. Yo, Crowmen are insane though. With Harmony, they got crazy stats. 38-41 melee stats. Insanity. They delete anything that they fight with low armor. Good cav charge over here too on the zombie pirates. And now it's the final push of the Coast. But I'm pretty sure they're just dead, right? Like Silostra comes over here. This is the opponent's misplay. He should not be sending Silostra there. Probably should have captured this point first. But yeah, there's not too much else to do. Celestial Line also. Don't know how I feel about it. I think you mentioned in chat. But yeah, Celestial Line didn't really do much. It's not like it stopped Silostra from doing anything. It just kind of traded HP with her. But like, imagine if this was a Crane Gunner, right? Imagine if this was a Crane Gunner or like a Jade Lancer and a Jade Warrior, or like a Jade Lancer and some Peasant Horsemen. Could have been way more, 938. Look at this guy. 500, 400. Actually, these guys got less value, though they are much cheaper. 900 over here. You know what? Replace this guy with 2 more Chromen. Just summon 2 Chromen. Be so much better. Because if the Celestial Line can't even fight the Lamprey's Revenge, you know, I have it. Yeah, Crane Gunners and keep them safe. Otherwise, though, very good play. I liked your flanking maneuvers. It was good. I liked your, you know, keeping your Lord alive. Caster even got a lot of value. Pretty sick. Yeah, and getting Zhao Ming is insane. Zhao Ming is great. It's a very nice game. That was his game against the Vampire Coast. But there is another one. Which is going to be up against the Kislevites on, oh god, Cursed Oasis. I hate this map. Oh, you know, this is a different one. Never mind. Let's take a look at this one. Looks like a more traditional infantry build. You can take a slow for Silostris summons. Yeah, that's also pretty jokes. Though, the slow doesn't last that long. They can still get some charges in. This is your anti-Kislev build. Alright, alright. I dig it. So, this is a game from Karavdir. Showing off his playstyle against Kislev now. He has a bunch of Jade Warriors, some Crane Gunners, some Cavalry, and Zhao Ming sporting the Dragon's Breath. Makes a lot of sense. Does he also have Wind Blast? He does. Not a lot of anti-armor, but he probably doesn't really need it. A lot of Cavalry will go down to the Grand Cannons. Lil Grom can technically snipe this out, though. One thing you do have to worry about is extended range on Lil Grom. In this case, Kislev did not bring the spell. But Gust of True Flight on Lil Grom will win the artillery duel. And you may just be down 800 gold at the start of the game. You gotta be really careful about that because it is fairly common to see in tournaments. Massive Jade Lancer frontline, though, should do fairly well against Kislevite warriors and armored Kossars. Cathay generally wins most melee engagements to get into. Kislev generally loses most melee engagements to get into unless he gets to shoot a lot. Interesting that you're pulling away from the Snow Leopard. I'm pretty sure Peasant Horseman beat the Snow Leopard on a charge. This bad boy has 3,000 HP. So it's not that spooky. 38 melee defense gets negated by a charge from the Peasant Horseman. He doesn't get the charge though. Looks like actually getting a little bit of damage. Crowman charge though. Come on, you got this. Come on, come on, you got this. I believe in you. There you go. All right, there's a Crowman charge. Now main fight looks like it's going pretty well. Oh dang, some good Dragon Breaths. Very nice, very nice. We missed it, but we know it was there. Good Wind Blast, Dragon Breath situation on the Kossars makes sense. Crowman, delete the Snow Leopard. Easy 650 gold grab. Now, I will say, one minor thing is I personally think it's way better to use your wind spells on the front line whenever possible. If you use your Dragon's Breath on these Kislevite warriors, suddenly his front line is Kossar Spears. That's way better than having to grind out against warriors. But, you know, if you can for sure rout off his range units in the back, it's not a terrible choice. Kind of depends on how many frontline units they have too. But only 2 Kislevite warriors, I feel like you could taken them out. I guess there are the armored Kossars, but you do negate their shooting. Something to keep in mind. You'd be surprised how effective it can be. Solid catch on these Kossar Spears. Crowmen are such a menace, man. Good Crowman micro. He knows they're important and he's keeping them safe. This, though, a little unfortunate, right? I think, Karavdir, I think you have a little bit of an issue going just a little bit too wide, right? Because we're seeing this is the second game now where you're going really wide and you end up taking engagements or forced into engagements that are slightly bad for you. Like now you're getting skirmished and hit by Kislevite warriors. You know, you do catch a Kossar Spear, but now it's pretty bad and you can't really escape that fight unless your opponent misplays. Over here, things in the woods, fighting a Jade Warriors. In this case, the Kislev player kind of flubbed it. He could have charged your Jade Warrior crossbowmen here. You do have Cav here to support, but you can see how this is definitely a tenuous position, right? All he really needed to do was not summon the Streltsy, get 2 units of Cav, And he could actually just delete this position immediately. In this case, your opponent's also playing too wide, I think. So it might feel good that you're able to, you know, push all the points. But yeah, you see, massive loss over here on the Crowmen. And that's a little bit rough. Any chance of just doing the Cathay build with Empire? Empire can totally do the Cathay build, yeah. I think Empire would beat Dwarves with the mirrored version of the Cathay build. Because you don't really need the Crowmen. Biggest issue is just making sure you don't get killed by air. Anyways. Overall, though, you know, you're still out-microing your opponent for sure. I say as Jade Lancers get... Oh, they both didn't charge. Oh, that's awkward. Alright, well, yeah, obviously you want to land your charges with the cavalry. Very, very important. But, you know, he gets a solid bomb drop, I think. No, not yet. Oh my gosh, the micro. Micro's getting to him. I like what his plans are, though, right? At least we know the thinking is good. If all you gotta do is just move a bit faster, that's totally fine. You know, as your strategy is what's the most important thing here. Is this cannon doing anything? Grand cannons? Not a lot of value. Honestly, not a huge fan of it. I guess it does force the Kislev player forward, but you kind of just rush into him. I feel like in this particular build and playstyle, you would have done better using Jade Lancers instead of artillery. But it's not the end of the world. You know, it also gives a leadership debuff. Look at that. Attacked by artillery, minus 10. Damaged by artillery. Look at that. It's pretty massive debuff. Oof, big charge though. Before you get the bomb drops too, before you get the second bomb drop. Brutality. Let's see, decent catches with his cav though. Overall, his build is fine. I will say though, right, like a little too wide. Once again, Zhao should be, you know, much safer. A lot of possibilities where he could go for a Zhao snipe. Like if he had a bunch of single entities, summon something like really spooky like a Frost Worm, what can you really do against that? You have 2 Jade Warrior crossbows to help out maybe. Crane Gunner with 1,300 value. I will say the Crane Gunner protection is really nice. But, you know, just something to keep in mind. Although, once you have enough of a lead, the rest of the battle doesn't really matter. Overall, I'd say things were played fairly well. In general, the choice of engagements, very, very good. I think he took really strong engagements. And his front line, you know, build-wise, it was pretty good against Kislev. He had great anti-infantry tools. And it just absolutely shredded an otherwise near unbreakable Kislevite front line. But it can get a little bit sus. So I'd say in the future, basically do the same thing. But instead of going this wide, right? Maybe go this wide. If you go for this, you will probably do a lot better with a build as tight as this one. Because all your units can support, no matter the situation. A little bit of a weird cast. Is this game desynced? There's no way this game is desynced, right? I'm pretty sure, is that just a miscast? I don't know. Usually when they cast somewhere random, it means it can be desynced. Regardless, though, I don't think it is. But yeah, gotta go way less wide unless you're going full mobility. Pretty similar to what you saw. Okay, just miscast. Anyways, good Zhao value. Wind blasts are fine. Crane gunners are the be-all, end-all. If you can ever get loads of value on your range units, the battle is over. That's the only thing you ever need to do. Cannons, unfortunately, not too great, but they can be good against some things. But really, in the end, the biggest play is the fact that he kept his range units firing. And that's good, man. Range units firing is all you need. Even with the best, you know, mobility micro, they're not even close to good range units, you know, survivability. So there we go. That's both of Karavdir's game. Let's see. What's the other one? Was it this one I wanted to cover? Tonya Charix. I think this is one that I didn't cover, right? Let's take a look-see. I don't get why Cathay can't have AP crossbows like Dark Elves. Their Celestial Dragon Guard are AP crossbows, right? Aren't they like almost exactly the same? They're just kind of expensive. Yeah, Celestial crossbows, man. Get them. Alright, so this is Corsair's game against Pizu. Take a look at this. Teeth breakers, flamethrowers. All right, I see what you're doing. Triple doggo, also pretty fancy. He's up against an ice witch and a pretty spooky shenaniganry. Lil Grom to poke away, though it's not really in range of most of the weapon teams. So as long as it's not hitting those guys, he should be fine. Forces Kislev forwards a bit, which is pretty nice. Now, will he take an engagement? Seems like Corsair decides, maybe he does want it. Gets a couple Scaven slaves in range. Gets a nice concave, so he has a lot more maneuverability than Kislev. It means he can flank a lot better, but it also means he's a little bit more open to cavalry. Now, here's the thing. He has a massive mobility squad. He has Skitter Leap. Okay. All right, I see what you're doing, Corsair. So he cast Skitter Leap on these doggos. Did you see that? Did you see that sick play? Skitter Leap made them invisible from here to there. Amazing spell. Definitely worth the overcast, right? Was that 8 winds of magic? Amazing. No, that's definitely not worth. Definitely not worth. Especially with all the cavalry Kislev can send on it. Charges into some Khazars. Now, that's still a pretty decent charge. Doggos do a lot of damage, but one of them just gets deleted, so it's not really a great trade. These ones are going to be killed soon. And this really just shows how bad dogs are in the back line. They're not really cavalry units. Also, yeah, well, Pizu and Corsair are both well-known multiplayer guys. But we'll cover in the game. Let's see here what we got. Yeah, Griffin Legion coming on in. Little Groms plonking away at the Warp Fire Throwers that did show up a little bit late to the party, so they didn't really get to contribute much just yet. Wind spell drops, Scaven slaves. Oh, pretty good. But yeah, it's definitely pretty bad for the Scaven, right? Remember, he did lose a lot of doggos, so as long as Kislev trades evenly from now on, it's going to be pretty rough. Honestly, a lot of this game might just be decided by that. The dogs, like, what did they do? If you actually look at what the dogs did, they killed 45 Khazars, right? That's, you know, 225 gold worth of value. He sent almost 1,500 gold worth of dogs to achieve that. That's pretty bad. Oh, wait, no, Skaven dogs are 550. Over 1,500 gold. That's brutal. Not to mention the loss of magic is pretty rough too. Though I will say the frontline fight generally goes better for the faction playing against Kislev, because Kislev frontlines tend to be pretty weak sauce. Also, yeah, I would say we're talking about Khorne from the earlier games. Khorne, I feel like they have some nice positioning micro, but they don't have a lot of like mobility micro. But yeah, getting your positioning right can be pretty important. Let's see here. Yeah, Clan Red Spears. You know, overall, Skaven's doing fine. I will say the weapon teams are a little bit idle. I'm pretty sure they're getting line of sighted really hard right now. Like, these Globadiers are only just now starting to get some of their volleys off. This is just disruption, so that's fine. That just, you know, you're going to get disrupted from time to time. Rattling Gunner's also not doing too well. But in the end, does it really matter when you got Poison Wind and you got a Master Assassin just clubbing an Ice Witch to death? Kind of surprised, considering this Frostworm mount tends to be pretty spooky. She does have Death Frost, right? Yeah, which is a Skaven Lord sniping spell. So maybe a bit of a misplay getting caught by that assassin, but smoke bombs be good. They're very powerful indeed. Little Grom over here. I will say, slightly misused, right? Could have been a little bit further back to force Skaven a little bit forwards. By taking the fight here, it means that, you know, he's going to be down trading a little bit. Though, if he did get triple capped, Skaven would be very close to winning right now. So a little bit of a toss-up. Griffin Legion getting annihilated too. Poison Wind getting a lot of work. I will say the Poison Wind Globadiers getting exquisite work done. The Warp Fire Throwers, God, they're doing nothing except for maybe this one. That's a huge volley, only got them 100 gold value. They're gonna need 4 more huge volleys to pay for themselves. Sounds pretty garbage to me. Though they might get it. Oh, they might get it. Let's go. Hell yeah. All right. God, Warp Fire Throwers need a buff. But hey, you know, now they're starting to pay for themselves. Now, Scaven do lose the center line because Kislev have some of the best cavalry in the game. So you're seeing a big breaking apart of the Scaven. And here's the problem with Scaven. Their late game is pretty rough. Because you're going to be dealing with a lot of your units routing, which will lower the leadership of your units even more. So it's kind of like you're constantly debuffed by the routing dudes. You're going to have way fewer formations to protect your weapon teams. You're going to have to build them on the fly, which generally makes them a bit weaker. Is that a net? He used Pack Trap with the Wolf Hearts? Dang, and a charge? Oh my gosh, it's brutal. And yeah, that's just going to be all a little bit rough, isn't it? A little Warp Fire Volley there, not doing too much. Maybe he gets a sick Warp Grinder play. You know, he does wear down a little bit of the cavalry, but they're just going to keep coming, right? Winged Lancer shows up. Depth Frost drops down. I will say, if you're worried about getting sniped, Throt can be pretty good with his regeneration. Solid Lord sniping, though. Oh, he casts... What did he do? He casts a Veil of Shadows. Holy crap. So this Veil of Shadows kind of pushes units away from it. So he put that down so that the cavalry can't get in and save the Lord. Kind of cool. If it didn't cost 8 winds of magic, I think it would be a little bit better. Honestly, I feel like if he had, you know, if he uses magic to summon clan rats or throw ninja stars, he would actually possibly be winning this if he could get that Lord snipe. Ninja stars are pretty good for that. Clan rats are really good at shutting down all these range units, especially in, like, you know, a weapon team rush heavy build. I feel like he could have just gone for that. But, you know, the spell usage is definitely admirable. Just, you know, the impact is not really there. Generally, you want your spell casting to get you 2,000 gold value by the end of the game. And that means it needs to do the equivalent of killing 2 elite units of cavalry. You know, or at least mid-tier cavalry. And I don't really think his magic did that this game. And you can kind of tell. Gold damage value is actually incredibly close, right? If his magic was just slightly more impactful, could have been huge, could have been huge. Definitely, I'm judging this build very hard because I think a lot of these tools just aren't really paying for themselves. Yeah, Doom Wheels could be great. More Rat Ogres instead of the Dog Flank. I think the Dog Flank was just really rough as a starter. Honestly, if he didn't make that play, he might have even just straight up won this game. Because they really didn't do anything. They only killed half a Kossar. Which is, like, so bad for how expensive they are. And, like, imagine if he just had, like, you know, those doggos, like, running around right now, or, like, 2 Rat Ogres just pummeling these beat-up cavalry. He could get a lot of work done with 1,500 gold. I will say, though, Lil Grom, not really doing too much either. Not a huge fan of Lil Grom in the main army. But I guess it did force the Skaven to attack. Oh yeah, Doom Wheels. Sorry, I meant Doom Flayers. Doom Flayers would be way better. But at this point, it's pretty over, right? I think Corsair, he loses. Though I would not say unwinnable. I think this was actually really close to being won. Like, I would say replace the Warp Fire Throwers with Globadiers, because he microed his Globadier as well. Just the Warp Fire Throwers had really janky line of sight. Teeth Breakers ended up doing pretty good. The Teeth Breakers did fine. You can leave that in. And then you know, don't skitter leap your dogs to death, right? Honestly, I think even if he just leaves the dogs to, like, you know, play super safe with them and chase down units, he would probably be able to get the win. But like, look at this, 8 wins of magic, man. That's almost a burning head. It's like two-thirds of a burning head, and like, what's it doing? What's it doing, man? It disappears as the cavalry charges. It did nothing. That could have been a clan rat summon. It could have done so much more. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Thank you for sending in the replay, though. I think it really, you know, I think it really shows some big plays that can be made. Some units swapping to get some effectiveness. Like, look at this. 1,000 value on this Globadier, 1,600. He knows how to micro his Globadiers. It's just the weapon teams. They're letting him down, man. The build is letting him down. Give this man a good build and he'll be great. Let's see here. I think the assassins are fine. They seem to be a big enough threat. And they can kind of get some lord sniping down. I don't mind the assassins. Especially, you know, like, there's not that many great options anyways. So, that's totally fine. But yeah, one rat ogre. Yo, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. You could have had way more rat ogres. They would have done so much more than these guys. Oh, brutal. Hey, you got some pretty cool value with the weapon teams. Yo, if they ever get buffed, like if they get a price reduction, they could be really hype. Normal Rattling Gunner didn't do very well. His ROR did really good. These ones. I would probably cut the normal ones and start spamming melee instead of ranged in the late game. As soon as you don't have a front line, your range units are not going to survive versus the cavalry faction. Look at that, 1,000 value here. Yeah, just take Globadiers, man. This guy is so good with Globadiers. Corsair. He does that, he's totally set. Pizu is a pretty spooky player, though. You gotta be wary around him. But yeah, there you go. Solid, solid. Alright. Anyways, that out of the way. We can check in for Turin's tournament. If you want to play a show match against Anticity's Khorne, have at thee. Join my lobby, passwords 123. Anyone is free to join. And this is the best time to get wins against me. Because I don't know how to play Khorne. I don't know what I'm doing. The Khorne's a weird one for me. So, you know, you just, you can go ham. Just go ham. Go wild, man. Go absolutely wild. Yeah, come in, Craftier, do it. Come on. Have at thee. Blood for the blood god and whatnot. You absolutely need to see avalanche mortars in play. If you take avalanche mortars, it has to be like your one and only weapon team. Surrendering so fast. Oh, we got someone else. All right, hi. You can join after, Craftier. Too slow. All right, who this? Who this? Is he playing Betonia? He's playing Noriska. All right. So let's see. Let's go back to the book. Yo, is Arbal, is he cheap on just a Fleshhound? Can I play him like Archaon? So technically Arbal is 50% spell resist, 25% missile resist, insanity stats, 120 armor, and most importantly 95 speed. He is one of the fastest dudes ever. And he can turn units into spawn. How is that not OP? People are really running Arbal and then suddenly they weren't. Unless Skull Taker has similar speed, but he's at 70. That's garbage, man. I don't want that. Get that out of my face. Alright, here we go. Screen blocker? Nah, this isn't the tournament yet. Turn's tournament begins in an hour. So, Norska. I really want to test the limits of this insanity build. For the longest time, I really wrote off Khorne's ability to just take a chunky front line and just, you know, stall against Kite. I must see if my opponent is able to kill this. The idea is that Arbal can deal with mammoths 4 Marauder Horsemen support infantry just fine. And then I'm spamming Khorne Gores. And I don't know, dual weapon Marauders to kill his Marauders. Either that or Warrior Halberds, but they're way too slow. Or Minotaurs. Minotaurs are not bad. This guy caused terror. Asking for too much. Doesn't even cause fear. And not take him on his mount? Whoopsies. Upsidupses. One doggo. One doggo. I'm in love with doggos too much not to take them. Alright, here we go. Fight me. You're trying to get into multiplayer? Should I just go search for matches in order to play some domination games? Yeah, if you just go to the multiplayer ladder, you know, if you just queue up, then you're pretty well set. I will say, I did put up a Warriors of Chaos, you know, build guide. What the error? Try again. Stream's still running, right? We're good. There you go. I put up a Warriors of Chaos build guide in that link over there. You can use that to figure out which units are good and which ones are not. Khorne Gores would beat Marauders, yeah, but they're a bit expensive. Yeah, I feel like Khorne mass infantry supported by skirmishers is probably a solid way to play the faction. I still think you can get abused by a lot of play styles, but it's not too bad. Can I request a Gorgon ROR? Sure. I'll sub him in. The Blood Brute Behemoth. Oh, she's expensive, isn't she? Alright. Let's do it. Let us do. Never played multiplayer in my life. What faction would you recommend? Warriors of Chaos, if you're following my guide. The builds that you make with Warriors of Chaos are very straightforward. It's a little hard to screw up as long as you follow the guide, because they generally don't need a lot of special tech for most factions. So you can kind of just have fun and play them. This guy has Vanguard? Dude, that's kind of hype. Alright, this is gonna look pretty familiar, guys. Someone said I should leave a few gaps between them. Sure. Here we go. Face me. So this is Norska. He has 11 units. I have a whack load of infantry. Can they handle it? Khorne Gores are nice. Marauder Horsemen are nice. And these guys have a lot of mass, so they don't get punished by cavalry that much unless it's some really elite cavalry. He went for the Frost Worm, okay. Chaos Frost Dragon, interesting. I should just run Arbal all the time. Honestly, 95 speed is kind of insane. This guy, in theory, should feel like Archaon, but without the spell casting. He's gonna be a little bit squishier because no physical resist, but he has magic resist. So he can't get Spirit Leech or anything. So yeah, we'll just see if he's basically Archaon or not. Now I could summon in a skirmisher to counter a skirmisher, but what if I just summon a Khorne Gore? What if I just summon a Khorne Gorm? Throwing axes, what a guy. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of throwing axes. See, they don't even do that much damage. There's something about the arcs of fire really make them kind of suck. Get him, Arbal. He is technically faster than the throwing axes, but if they get one volley on him, he can just die. Marauder Berserkers, okay. Very interesting. Dragon's coming on down, okay. I'll take that fight. This guy's basically Archie, right? Yeah, that's right. You better dip, dragon. You better dip. All right, more Khorne Gores. What if I infantry? What if I infantry? It has to work, right? Or what's it gonna do here? Send in the Norscan Ice Wolves? He's just gonna get countercharged by doggos. It's actually kind of brilliant. I just have so much infantry. They do have to win the frontline fight though, which is questionable. Some Marauder champions, they are a little spooky. Arball, he dives on in. Okay, now I think this is the time to bring in a couple horse skirmishers. Just a few, just a few. Not selling my soul out just yet. All right, Arball. Make use of that speed. Hell yeah. Gets a solid hit on that there dragon. Big ol' hit. Wolfric's just kind of chilling. Arball, yeah, he's dumpstering the dragon. This is what I mean. He's basically Archaon, right? I knew he'd be sick. All right, nice, nice. And then we just summon a couple doggos as my pseudo cav. Yo, I kind of like using dogs as a pseudo cav. That's kind of hype. All right, can I turn these guys into spawn? Maybe I'll save it for these unbreakable berserkers. Seems like it would make a little bit more sense. We're gonna save up Sword of Khorne. Of course we are. His marauders on the flank have fallen. His berserkers did lose to my armor dudes. Arball's a Chad. He's just chadding it up. Dude, full armored Khorne's kind of hilarious. I don't have to think. All I gotta do is right click. Arball has magic resist, so who cares? That does 50% damage. Who cares, man? Dude, these guys don't die. Straight up, man. These warriors are insane. They just don't die. Have I discovered Khorne? This makes so much sense. It's all coming together. Oh god, Arball's gonna die though. Even Archaon can't just dual Wolfric like that. Run, little Arball, run. Yeah, yo, I think it's finally starting to click. You just have really strong infantry. Like, it should have been obvious, but like, you know, it is harder to abuse than you'd expect, I guess. Alright, here we go. Skirmishers. Arball, you can, let's see here. Yeah, wait for these guys to get a little bit lower. As soon as they get low enough, though, we're set. Don't want to commit him to the fight. He's just here to punish large single entities that show up. Khorne Gore is doing okay. Or are those, yeah, Khorne Gores against the great weapons? It's not bad. Alright, we just back on up. Look, I have him double capped. Trading-wise, admittedly, a little close. I do got my skirms, though. They're doing fine. Bring in more skirms. Do I want spawn yet? Probably not. Yeah, no, it's a little sus. Well, I will say these guys won quite handily on this far end. Let's pull them back. Let's bring them in. It feels weird not having more guys supporting each other. It's weird having them just chill here, but you know, if they're gonna win that fight, I guess it's fine. The down trading is spooky though. I don't know how comfortable I feel with that. Arball's looking a little sus too, but I do have my superpower. The Sword of Khorne coming up soon. Just need entity deaths. Marauder champions. More like Marauder. I don't know, man. Just get him with the Sword of Khorne. Just dumpster him. Oh dang, they didn't take any damage. Holy crap. Yo, kind of sick. What the crap? Let's see, how's Arball doing? It's a little sus. Can I do this yet? Come on. How low must they be? I feel like I'm fighting these guys for ages. Now he has a Manticore for Arball. It's fine. He's a Chad. 2000 HP. Not a problem. Arbol knows what's up. He'll never die to a Manticore. He's too fast. It's actually faster than Wulfric right now. It's pretty hype. And there's the grind completing over there. And we get our Khorne Gores in. Nice. There's a few Berserkers here are gonna go down. Yeah, this is a much more familiar playstyle. I'm mostly microing the Skirmishers and Arbol. And that seems to be enough for my infantry to do well. Right? He's fast, he's mobile, no one's ever gonna catch this guy. Look at that, he's just wasting time with that Manticore. Mostly. It's still a little sus. Okay, maybe we get the dogs in here. Run, Arbol, run! What the final transportation? Alright. It's not sticky, so I can split against it. Very nice, very nice. We have secured this position. Yo, the Chaos Warriors with shields, man. What's their melee defense? 39. I'll say I severely underestimated Khorne's armor. Khorne has some pretty good armor. I stand extraordinarily corrected. This was the big mistake I've been making my entire life. All right, get him, Arbol. Beat him up. Plague of Rust, who cares? Yeah, yo, this guy actually is Archaon, though. He feels and plays just like my boy Archie. And we all know Archaon's a Chad. Arbol is doing work. Holy crap. Just annihilated the Manticore. That's a dead Manticore. Nice. And I still have a few halberds here. I can start bullying Wulfric with my skirmish cav. I will say, battle was still a little sus. Could have been one-sided, but I guess it's Khorne for you. Oh crap, I forgot to take the Blood Brute. I should have taken the Blood Brute. I don't think it would have done that much, though. Yeah, look at these warriors, man. They just keep grinding forever. They just don't give a crap. Insane. All right, nice. With Wulfric down, Arbol remains undefeated. He has 1 kill and 1,600 gold value. It's kind of hilarious. Okay. Come on, Blood Brute. Get in there. Come on, Blood Brute. Can you even use your Chaos Spawn yet? I haven't really found a good opportunity for it. Can I cast it on my own units? No. Yeah, I just have no good opportunities for it. Or where am I supposed to use it? The doggos, I still question. I think the doggos are better than Marauder summons, though. Anyone else getting that feeling? I think the doggos I much prefer because they're just a really nice mobile unit. And I'm Enticity. I need my mobility, right? I can't live without it. Now, he did recapture this point, but I got this one, so we're still good. Wulfric should be dead soon. Come on, get the Blood Brute. Blood Brute Behemoth incoming. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna have to skirmish these guys to death. All right, Blood Brute time. Here we go. If he manages to kill the Blood Brute, you can color me surprised. Doggos are doing good. Go, my skirmishers, go. Beat them up. So Wulfric should just be dead. Now, how well do you guys think Chaos Warhounds do against Norscan and Ice Wolves? My theory is that they get mulched. Let's take a look-see. We're seeing, yeah, they get mulched. Who would have guessed? Got annihilated. Wulfric's gone, though, at least, so that makes things a lot more comfortable. Let's just pull back over here, bring in the halberds now that these guys are a little bit softened up. Doggo charge over here, and then, yeah, just a couple Khorne Gores. Fleshhound or two might be fun. I don't know how I feel about Fleshhounds, man. They're basically doing the same thing that my doggos are doing, but more expensive. Is that really what I want? I don't know.
Brothers in bloodletting.
Yeah, who needs mobility when you can have armor? Exactly. Exactly. All right. Is this dodgeable by my Khorne Gores? Or are they going to get Sword of Khorne? Oh, what a dodge! What a dodge! You see that? Amazing. How's the Blood Boot doing? Not bad. You know what? Just get the warrior back in there. Hey, we did it. Really? I still can't spawn the spawn? What does it take? God dang, they gotta be like essentially dead before I get my free spawn. Garbage. Absolute garbage. Anyways, Blood Boot's an interesting tool. It gets value pretty fast, it seems. Has a ton of healing in melee. It's an okay tool. Blood Boot's kind of expensive though, so you can only really bring it if your opponent's taking a lot of single entities. So, yeah, but hey, you know, it causes terror, and that's actually going to help out a lot here. I think dog but more sounds like you. No, Fleshhound's a dog but less, because they're more expensive. Because they can't fight cavalry anymore, armored cavalry. You know, like their job is to fight squishy units, right? And if you're fighting squishies, you might as well take the cheaper version that can fight squishies. I will say though, Arball's Chad. I love Arball. Arball feels amazing. After playing with Valkia, oh god. It's a proper Archaon. Relatively cheap. Wins against any single entities that get into my backline. He feels amazing. Halberds. I will say though, this build doesn't really give me a lot of opportunities to make big plays. So I think the games are always going to be pretty close. But I think it also doesn't give my opponent a lot of opportunities to make big plays either. Because so much infantry can just be really hard to take out. It can take you forever to kill all the infantry, and by then, Khorne's already won by victory tickets. At least that's the theory. I'll really have to see how this does against better players. There's a very good chance that against better players, it's just terrible. But, you know, if B6 is starting to mix in a bunch of Scaven dogs, I should be able to mix in Khorne dogs, right? Yo, Khorne should have a Regiment of Renown with 100% magic resist. I think they absolutely should, but I think CA is too, you know, I think it goes against their balance decisions. Like their gameplay design to have a unit that needs a hard counter to deal with. The only time we've ever seen that is with Morgr. Or is it Malagor? I think it's Morgr. Who has what, like 75% missile resist or something? That's the only time we've ever seen it. Ever since, CA hasn't really given much in the way of resistances. Very sad. So dang, Arball's dead. Not having magic to save yourself is pretty rough.
The enemy has slain our lord.
Magic resist doesn't even negate hexes. Oh yeah, that's true. You don't even do that. Anyways, GG. That felt like a pretty good match. Yo, Karavdir, you want in? We'll get a lineup. Overall, pretty fun game. Arball, 2,158. That's really good value. GG, well played. So the Chaos Warrior is actually kind of cooked. I'm surprised. But yeah, they just do well as long as they're not getting like hard countered. That's pretty cool. Blood Brute did okay. CA solved the free unit problem, impossible requirements. Oh boy. You're still on the high of beating me from yesterday? No revenge? Alright. Well, if anyone else wants to join, we have 35 minutes before the tournament begins. 35 minutes. Checked in. I would expect a lot of signups today. SFT tournament hosted by Turret. Looks like he's going to be playing Tarmacon. If he plans to play. But yeah, Arball's sick. I think his Eye of Khorne takes a really long time to get underway. The dogs feel actually not that bad. So the question is like, so what if he sends Doom Wheels onto my infantry? Do I have an answer for that? That isn't just gonna get shot to death? Arball's okay. Arball's an okay answer. Cultists? Probably not. Like, yeah, what am I supposed to do against things larger than infantry? Excuse me. Cavalry won't do that well. Cavalry won't do that well because these guys have such high mass and armor. They just don't really take that much of a hit. Unless they bring dedicated anti-armor cavalry, which tends to be expensive. Soul Grinder of Khorne we tested. It was pretty bad. Norska build seemed a little off. You wouldn't bring a load of Marauder chaff. Because they trade into nothing on the Khorne roster. I think Marauder Great Weapons don't clean up. Wait, let me check real quick. Full country. Norska. Marauder Great Weapons. I'm actually really curious now how well a great a great weapon unit does against a Khorne shield, because the melee defense starts getting so high they don't take a lot of damage. Champion great weapons? Yeah, I will say champion great weapons would have cleaned up real hard. I would have to make use of my skirmishers a lot. Let's just see how this goes up. Because I was very surprised at how well these guys were doing. These here Chaos Warriors of Khorne. They got 39 melee defense to their 35 melee attack, so actually not that great. With the hero on top of them, though, they can fight a Marauder Great Weapon. These guys cost about 325 more. Honestly, not too bad considering this guy's camping on top of them. A whole Marauder Chieftain. And they still trade even into the Great Weapons. It's not bad. So in even like a fairly bad case scenario, right? In a fairly bad situation, your armored warriors actually hold pretty well. Interesting. All right. Anyways, if someone wants to join, do it. Do it. Actually, let's have a password. If you want to play, if you think you could defeat this build and make me a better player, just join Team 2. Yeah, I really don't know how I feel about Eye of Khorne. Costs 200. Takes a long time to get in there. Outer regions playing Lizardmen. Interesting. Can I upgrade one of these guys to Chosen? Chosen of Khorne dual weapons. I don't think they do that much more than what the warriors do. Like, I think the halberd's probably just the next best thing outside of these guys. Is there anything else I can really sub in easily? Like, I don't want Furies. Ugh. Furies just don't really trade too well. Getting a skull cannon's just a little weird, right? Although, skull cannon's not as bad as one might expect. Do I have a Khorne build? All my builds are gone. No. No. That's a shame. At least I kind of know all my builds anyways, but all my optimization is gone. PC reset got me. Done got. How am I supposed to remember how to play a Lizardman? Let's see here. I think Hellforge Bellows is a not bad option. Could just take 5 warriors. You don't want to sub in and get massacred? You can see the build, you know? Just stream snipe the build. How do I... 950? So I could get a Forsaken and a dual weapon. They ain't halberds, though. I need halberds. Hey, out of region. Alright, time to get schooled. Time to get absolutely dumpstered. Oh, yeah. Oh, we are so dead. I asked for it. Take the chosen ROR. Oh, God. I don't think I want to. Lizards. He's playing lizards. Let's see here. So I got my Hellforge Bellows. All right, let's see let's see what he has. So the biggest thing is, like, these guys don't have a lot of mass. They'll probably be able to win the fight otherwise, though, and then the skirmishers deal with their monstrous infantry. I like the dogs too much to pass them up. Do I take a chariot? Maybe a minotaur to have some monstrousness in there. Take 1 Knights of the Brazen Throne. Taking 1 unit of elite cavalry can be a really nice way to secure a victory. Sure. The Knights of the Brazen Throne are my cleanup crew. By the time the fighting is done with all the infantry, the Knights of the Brazen Throne can just kill everything, right? Are they good? Oh boy. Alright. Let's see what he brings. I should change the map. What are we looking at? Altar of the Champion. Board a low landing. Sure. Ooh. Trust me, he's playing Kislev. Hell yeah. They gonna have a Kislev in the SFT today? I wonder if he's gonna take my 6 single entity build. Bloodletters. Honestly, I'm kind of falling in love with these Chaos Warriors. I've never had such good Chaos Warriors before. Although they're still pretty painfully average, but I'll take painfully average on the better side of average than below average. Arball. Dude, Arball's so hype. Arball's sick, man. We got my amazing cannon over here. What's not to love? He also has 9 units. Do I know what that means? No. You think he's gonna kite me with chameleon skinks? Skink skirmishers, perhaps? Of course he will. So can you kite this Khorne build? He has a solar engine, he has a Mazda Mundi, Thunderous One, Ancient Stegodon. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So he only has the 2 skirmishers. Like literally just 2 skink skirmishers, okay. That ain't too bad. Knights of the Brazen Throne might be hilarious here. Solar engine kind of sus. Arbal, however? I think Arbal kind of cooks. Do I really want skirmishers for this situation, though, against the solar engine? Maybe not. Maybe I do just spam Khorne Gores. I gotta learn to embrace. I gotta learn to embrace the Khornate stratagem of just more infantry is better. Kerblamo! Get back! Not bad damage, actually. That's 100 gold shot right there. Alright. Yeah, I can just push up. I have Arbal. What's he gonna do? Kill him? He's Archaon Reborn. He should be fine. Let's see here. Let's get this in. Now I bring in the skirmishers, because he's way overextended, right? Come on, Arbal. Bait him up. Gotta save the Khorne Gores from the powers of the skirmishers here. Other than that, though, I should be fine. Arbal's a Chad. Artillery piece, slightly less of a Chad, but it's okay. Let's see this. Holy crap, Arbal's such a Chad. What the crap? Is anyone else seeing this? Why did people ever stop taking Arbal? He's glued onto that Thunderous One, man. He is glued to that bad boy. He doesn't care. That's a net. Doesn't matter even. Does it even matter? The main tide is coming. The skirmishers are walloping. Dude, this is so one-sided. This is so one-sided, man. And yeah, he can't deal with this thing. He can't deal with it because I have infantry that he has to deal with. Oh, brace against the Croxagores. Accidentally sent my Forsaken to a terrible fight. It's fine, though. I'm just gonna keep pushing them. Croxagores are definitely a good answer here. They can cause me some issues, but like, yeah, my skirmishers are so shielded by my infantry. I don't have to care much. Who cares, man? I have so much infantry. How's he gonna deal with all of them? Okay, another shot. I just want the fire damage so he doesn't get that much healing. This thing is fairly important for that. He does have pterodons, though. I wonder if their rock drops will do anything. We'll have to be mildly wary of that, but Arbal is still a Chad. He's still a Chad. He's gonna evacuate from that situation. Pull back from the rock drops. Don't want to get rock dropped all over. Halberds on these guys. Should be good. Get another pot shot over there. Arbal, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know. Not much. If he can kill that Thunderous One, though, he'll be the hero of our time. Value trading wise, we're doing fairly well for ourselves. Not a lot of kills, though, so my ability bar is actually going rather slowly. I need more things to die. That would be perfect, actually, if we could just have some murder go down. He gets the rock drop, but not too much damage. If anything, he's actually just down trading. Solar engine should go down too. Okay, here we go. Can I bait out the rock drop? Get wrecked. Yeah, rock drop can be really hard to time if someone is running directly through you. That actually worked out rather well. Thunderous One is healing, though. You can't understate the value of healing here. Healing will absolutely give the lizardmen a very powerful lead if we are not careful. Let's keep running with my little artillery piece. Khorne should be pretty difficult for him to take out, though. It should be another great shot. Should be able to just rush down these Cold One Spear Riders with the help of our ball. I don't have a spawn summon, by the way. I just figured I didn't really need it. Oh, dang. He's gonna kill the little engine that could. This guy. Hey, his Cold Ones are dead, though. Solar Engine's not really contributing much either. He does shove me off this point, though. Trading-wise is slowly slipping from my hands, so I'm probably gonna have to play a lot more defensively here now. As much as I want to capture that third point, I don't think I will. So, yeah, I'm just gonna have to play on the defensive. Hunker down, summon in all my Khorne and hope that I can stall for another millennia. That's actually a little bit of a sketchy situation, isn't it? When you're stuck to just trying to stall for as long as you can. Not the prettiest of situations. At least the single entities aren't too brutal. And he only has, he doesn't have anything that can actually fight Arball. That part's a little bit more comfy. He certainly has a lot of skirmishers. But yeah, him holding on to this point, brutal. Now, if he goes for this middle point, though, I should be able to get some work done on the flanks. I feel like I have the tools to handle that and push him back with so many halberds. Like, he has to bring in his big dinos for that. Although, god dang, is he bringing in the big dinos. Value trading starting to slip. I got my dudes over here. Okay, run in. Let's pull him back. Our ball's still a Chad. All right, if I can take out the Thunderous one, that's definitely a big dub. Cold One Spear Rider is gonna be an issue though. Okay, here we go. A little bit of a route. Maybe I capture this point before he takes the middle. I'll take that. I'll take that, absolutely. Arball's kind of getting dumpstered though. He's gonna have to back it up. Skirmishers, however they live. Arball, don't you dare route. Okay. The undefeated never routes. He just gets netted and charged by Mazdamundi. Kind of brutal, kind of brutal. I will be able to get on this point at least. And I guess I have some doggos. Arball should be able to at least survive this rather traumatic experience. Come on, come on. Really? The terror route? Ah. Yeah, he is. Triple cap, though. There's the mighty triple cap. Okay. You know what? This might not be as bad as you'd expect. As long as he rallies over here and I still get to keep my skirmishers. The infinite stall potentially wins this for us. Come on, Arball. Run for your life. Just distract Mazdamundi, okay? That's the only thing that you have to do. Distract Mazdamundi into the horizon. And all that value put into that single toad will be wasted. And then just hunker down on the points and never let go. Distract the Cold One Spear Riders, too. You know, that's the name of the game. Just distracting absolutely everything. Thunderous one is still alive. That's terrifying. Arball, though, he's a Chad. He's a Chad. Can he stall the point for a bit longer? He uses a net for my horsemen. Okay. Catches two. Stalling maneuver is... Oh my gosh. We hold. That's kind of hilarious. I need all the time I can get. Once I get the Knights of the Brazen Throne, he's a dead man, okay? Knights of the Brazen Throne are my cleanup crew. Alright? He ain't got nothing on them. Alright? Trust me. Trust me. Trust in the process. Knights of the Brazen Throne, they're in. Now, he has a pretty solid hold on the middle point. But my Khorne here are at least holding. They're having a good old time, you know. They're just grinding it up. Arball getting caught by Skink Cohort. What in the world? But Knights of the Brazen Throne are in. And they do not joke around. If Mazdamundi gets surrounded by them, he's a dead frog. Solar Engine is gonzo. Alright, here we go. Go, my knights, go. They have terror. They're big old menaces. We'll start off by killing off the Croxagores. A little bit of a bubble won't save them. They are most definitely dead. Nice. Let's pick number 1. Exactly what I need. We'll just pull through, hit the red cresteds. We got a couple doggos back here. Wondrous. I think that's a net. Oh, what I do? I accidentally could. I hotkeyed everything. It's fine though. Knights of the Brazen Throne cook. Arbol cooks too, by the way. I can't believe he's still alive after all the nets. Absolute Chad. And I'm gonna retake the middle. Oh my gosh. Yo, I think I figured it out. I think I totally figured out how to play Khorne. This is the way. He gets terror routed again. Mad Lad doesn't have ITP. That's insane. How is he undefeated? Undefeated my butt. Okay, there we go. So there goes that dude. Then I just spam the warriors to close out the late game. We're gonna need oh god, Master Mundy's on your tail, man. Kill the Thunderous one. Kill the Thunderous one, then kill Master Mundy, and then it's over. If I can just manage those 2 tasks, we're fine. I win on a single cap. We're goodies. Okay, here we go. That thing's routed. We charge Master Mundy. It's straight dead now. Wonderful. Master Mundy is extremely overextended, by the way. Brace. Yeah, I got a mini brace. Now they're annihilated. Those poor warriors. Arbol, though. Arbol, though, we don't joke around. There's the melee attack boost. Couple hits on Master Mundy and it's over, man. I just gotta take this point. Holy crap, what a Chad. Knights of the Brazen Throne won this? Absolutely, man. Dude, I didn't expect the Knights of the Brazen Throne to be so clutch, but the fact that they caused terror, the insane heavy cavalry, loads of damage, they do like infinite damage. Now Master Mundy's still gonna live, unfortunately, but I got a real nice trade against him. We're going to be able to maybe terror out a couple of these dudes. I don't know if they have ITP though. Good Knights of the Brazen Throne at least. Very good. All right, low HP. I just gotta hold this for I don't know, 4 more minutes. But hey, you know, I got my warriors here. It's gonna take them a hot second to actually lock down these points, right? It's still not over just yet, by the way. As good as things are, it's absolutely not over. There's still a very high HP Master Mundy rolling around. At least I could stop him from capturing my point by threatening a capture of the middle. I don't actually have to play for the middle. I just have to make sure he doesn't take it. He's spamming skirmishers right now, which is very nice. I get a very solid charge over here too. Holy crap! What was that charge? Holy crap, dude! Knights of the Brazen Throne. All right, I'm sold. I don't know what that charge was on those skinks. I think they have like a devastating, murderous charge. Yeah, that was pretty murderous. Anyone see the skink HP just go to 0? Oh my god! What the crap is this unit? They're insane. They're actually insane. Oh my god. Murderous charged. Get murderous charged, man. Alright, here we go. Just a couple skirmishers. Yeah, 90% HP in 1 charge. Those skinks. Those skinks didn't deserve that. They did not deserve that at all, man. Alright, can I get another one of those? It'd be great if I could get another one of those. Oh, can I steal this point? Maybe with the Khorne Gores and these guys. Oh, they did it again. Is there a cooldown? Duration 25 seconds? Oh, it's still going. Holy crap. All right, Knights of the Brazen Throne for the rest of my life, okay? Knights of the Brazen Throne Arbol. New meta. New Khorne meta just dropped, guys. Oh my god. And then everything just routes because it caused terror. All right, here we go. Dogpile into the last point. I just gotta secure that last point for the win. As soon as I get this, it's over. Mazdamundi's gonna live, but it shall not be enough. Get him, boys. Get in there, you darn knights. Okay, get a blade of Khorne. Okay, get a little bit of Khorne blade action. Come on. Oh, it's coming. Oh, I don't even need the sword of Khorne. I just need the Knights of the Brazen Throne. Not the best charge, though. Could have been better. He does route off Arbal, too, but I think we're still more or less fine. No, worst time to Terror Route, man. Right as I'm getting that. Can they kill Mazdamundi, though? The real questions of life. Can they kill Mazdamundi? The answer is probably. Oh, he's not taking that many hits. Knights of the Brazen Throne did get worn down eventually, but I'm gonna get the point off of him. Mazdamundi refuses to die. Despite all the attacking, they're just whiffing, man. Even with 55 melee attack, you kidding me? Come on, there you go. This is one hit. Yeah, I got the double cap. Arbal rallied. And there we go. Mazdamundi's gone. And he's gone. The Coronate Supremacy wins. I figured it out. All right, so that's how Khorne works. See, this is why we got to play factions we don't know. Screw faction, man. This is great. GG. Yo, that was great. Knights of the Brazen Throne clapped. The absolute... Oh, God. 400 kills. Are you playing in turns SFT? Yes, it's in 9 minutes. Almost 400 kills. You enjoying them a little more? Yeah, I'm enjoying them a little more. Are you kidding me? This is such a nice unit. Holy crap. You have to babysit them like crazy, but the one doggo is actually pretty nice. Horsemen got mega value. That was a big part. But yeah, the warriors. So the warriors basically buy you infinite space for your mobility. It's actually not, it's inverse of what I'm used to. I'm used to my mobility buying space for my front line. Using my front line to buy space for my mobility. Wow, that's a change of pace for sure. Hellforge Bellows only did okay. Could have played better with it. I was a little too aggressive. Wasn't playing around the net. The murderous rage. It begins. Arbal the undefeated and not immune to psychology. I guess, you know, if you've never lost a battle in your life, starting to lose a battle is pretty freaky, right? I swear, Arbal's like, he's one of those guys that only takes fights that he knows he can win. Never really challenges himself, you know? Making a lot of assumptions about him, but he calls himself the undefeated. Maybe, though, every game I run with Arbal, I don't lose. 2,300 value, what a chad. Interesting. Very interesting. So this is the way. In tabletop, he had a rule. If he broke from combat, he'd be turned into a spawn. So he couldn't be ITP. I see. Sure, if he took battles he would lose, he'd be Arbal the defeated. Here's the thing though, that was Lizardman. Lizardman's not that good of a faction, and the fact that it was that close is still a bit sus. Like, I would die against, like, I don't know. Like, if they ran Kislev, oh god, what am I supposed to do against Kislev? Like a Griffin Legion? Instant death. Although Arbal would actually be kind of chad against Kislev. like Beastmen though. It's like Bestigors. I don't know. There's some matchups where it's like, you know, maybe. I will say these Chaos Warriors of Khorne. So like, what makes them so good? So like, everything has Frenzy. .46 melee attack, 39 melee defense. It's better than Harmony Jade Warriors. Yeah, it's actually kind of close to like Celestial Dragon Guard. Non-AP though. What's the mass? 1600? Yeah, they have way more mass. The mass makes them very independent. So they're really independent, these Chaos Warriors. They only really need Arbol helping them out, and they'll probably do well enough. Very cheap. The thing is, the Forsaken are also really hype, but they don't got no melee defense. And I'm not really here to punch into a backline. There's no backline that really makes me worry here. Oh god, Maximilianeur's vampire counts? Yeah, we're dead. Unless I can get some crazy wacko build. Which maybe. There's some like hyper aggressive single entity strats you can do. Because once you kill the corpse cards, it's not as bad. Can I take like a Blood Brute Behemoth and a Slaughter Brute? I don't know. Slaughter Brute's just bad though, right? In the same way Skull Reapers are just bad. Knights of the Brazen Throne though? God, I love them. Chat, I think I'm in love. First map, it's Edge of the Darkwood. What map is that? Is this one? Ah. It's like the last map we just played, just a little bigger. Triple Bloodthirster versus Vampire counts. There's a lot of healing you can take. There's a lot of healing single entities. Like this guy might actually be not that bad on a Blood Throne. Locus of Abjuration, so that you can't get spell sniped. Bloody Shackle. He's kind of like an anti-infantry Vargal. But he's really here to support your other dudes. Make sure they don't get sniped. Bloodthirsters are not bad. Just have to make sure you don't get army wiped. But Bloodthirsters have the DPS to kill Crypt Horrors and all that. So hard maybe. Oh, has it begun? Ooh, possible disaster campaign. Turn just went live. Aw, ye. Here we go. I might have a disaster campaign coming up. Could be fun. Could be really fun, actually. Okay, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's take a look at this file. Make sure it's not a virus or something. Let's see here. And as long as that's good, we're fine. 0 threats found. Hell yeah. You try Skull Taker yet? Skull Taker? I think Skull Taker's interesting, but I haven't tried him. Is he really that much better than Arbol? He's very similarly priced. Has healing, more HP. Lots of armor, physical resist. Is he Archaon? Okay, so the big downside with Skull Taker is he doesn't have the same speed. But otherwise, he is actually fairly similar to Arbol. I do scan the files you guys send me so I don't get random ransomware. That would be bad. But yeah, a lot more people run Skull Taker, I find. And we're up against Shaper of Fate. Okay. Yo. I'm Khorne. Ooh. Warcraft 3 tournament dates have shown up. Let me see when I'm free. Yo, Warcraft 3 tournament. Do I have time for it though? Oh, man, so busy. Woe is me as the big streamer. Okay, so I'm free then. And then probably free then. Probably, yeah, I'm probably free all those days. Okay. All right. Let's do this. I finally know how to play Khorne now. We're set. Yo, I should play that disaster campaign after this tournament. Let's see, Warhammer 3. So where do I save my campaign files? Replays, save games, I think. Yes, I think if I just put that in there, it should be set. First things first, though, I gotta kill Tzeentch. How bad can Tzeentch be? I feel like Tzeentch can't be that bad. Edge of the Darkwood. There's a few nasty things you can send my way, but Tzeentch can't be that bad. Yeah, Tzeentch, he does have scary Air Force builds. You gotta be wary of that. I miss when spell resist was just magic resist. Tzeentch would be even weaker right now. It should be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Exalted Bloodletters against blue spam? You crazy. Lizardmen is one of Khorne's worst matchups? There's no way. I'm checking Total Tavern right now. Stats. Let me check these statistics. Lizardmen. Khorne. Khorne's worst matchup is Chaos Dwarves, then Chaos Demons, Beastmen, Lizardmen. Really? 4th? 32%. Holy crap. I guess I'm a god. Either that or Outer Region, probably just didn't play a lot of Lizardmen. Honestly, the game was close enough where he easily could have won. Don't give me that much credit. It was a very close game. What's Khorne gonna do against Saurus? Absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, that's how I say it, huh? But yeah, nah. Khorne shreds Saurus, I think. Oh man, give me that. So, Zinch, I'm gonna need to capture these points fairly quickly. I got my little forest core here though. They're gonna have a fun time, just kind of romping in. Ready? So these guys are just gonna camp the trees and steal this point when he's not ready. Because I don't think I can guarantee up trading into my opponent unless I capture points and force him to fight me. As far as I can tell, that's the only way I can get that up trade game going. Remember Warhammer 2 Saurus? What even happened to Saurus? It used to be quite meta. Something happened. Changebringers! We got ourselves a few Changebringers! Some Marauder Horsemen, okay. Interesting. So, I'm probably spamming Marauder Horsemen then, eh? I may be woefully mistaken though, and Marauder Horsemen do not counter Changebringers. But I might as well try. He's ready to dodge. You can see the Micro Man. The Micromaniac kicking in. Really? No acceleration? This thing shoots fast. A decent start to this here battle. A decent start indeed. Holy crap, that pillar just collapsed. Now, these guys are already down on the shield, so I might as well just whoop. Dodge some blue fire. Oh, dodge some more blue fire. Kill all his Furies. Okay. That's actually hilarious. Dude, the Micromaniac is here. Okay, so he's trying to I just got micro like a god. It's that simple, right? All you gotta do is micro extraordinarily well, and you'll probably be fine. Okay, so now he's going for those dudes. I don't want to get chased off the map. Come on, leadership. Hold. Hold. Okay, leadership's doing all right. I have some doggos over here. Maybe they can help. Leadership ain't doing too well. That's kind of brutal too. But I will be able to capture that there point. And I don't know, it looks like the little artillery piece that could is actually burning out a lot of his ammunition. And hurting his Changebringers quite nicely, actually. They've already taken some pretty big deeps. There's another net. Brings him down to half HP, though. I don't think he'll have enough ammunition to shut me down. The doggo summon was kind of bad, though. I think the doggo summon might have screwed me because he's chased off all my skirmishers, right? So I just gotta stall him out. I can stall him out with these warriors. Arbal does not want to fight that soul grinder, though. That's a bad idea. Hey, surprise, surprise. I got your capture point. So he's trying to full kite me. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. My cannon piece is dead, though. His Furies have chased my poor forces off the battlefield. But can he secure any of these points? His Changebringers are on low HP. So it's gonna be a doozy. He also used up a lot of ammunition, right? Another wasted shot. Each wasted shot is a path to victory. All right, because the less ammunition he has, the better. Because then he'll just run out of ammo and I'll get all these capture points, hopefully. Brace, you darn Forsaken, brace. All right, decent bracing. That's gonna help them out just a little bit. Next up, we kill the Soul Grinder. Arbal should be fine against it. He has some missile resist. I will say, though, him killing off all my dudes is very annoying. All my skirmishers, they really could have done a lot more work here. But, yeah, we do have this guy on the run now. So that's pretty nice. This point is fairly well secured. Dual axes are doing fine. Probably. He has Furies on the field. I might as well just summon infantry, right? He straight up de-summons the Doom Knights. That's pretty hilarious. He knows he needs capture weight, right? He knows he has to get some sort of capture weight. All right, this is the part of the battle where you run for your life, Arbol. Can you stop staggering? That would be great. God dang it. He got stagger spammed. Well, that ain't good. That's potentially a hard throw here. I still have a decent composition, but Arbol just straight dying. That's kind of awkward. You're supposed to live, man. You're supposed to live. All right, well, I guess we are just stalling as long as possible with Infinity Khorne Gores. He has to summon cavalry, right? So, you know, infinite Khorne Gores should be pretty hard to take out. He's certainly taking his sweet time with Arbol, that's for sure. And okay, there you go. Hey, maybe he escapes here, actually. That would be crazy. Come on, Arbol, you got this. You got this, Arbol. Oh, what a Chad. What a Chad. He lives. We're saved. And he's netted. All right. There you go. Come on. 5, 4, 3. It's terror out now. All right, well, at least he used up a lot of his abilities, I guess. Hunting now an Arbol. He's kind of stuck with cavalry. A couple Doom Knights. Okay, there we go. I successfully braced for that charge, and we counter charge over here. That should work out fine. Skirmishers at this point are good, because if he summons in more Furies, he's just screwed, right? Hey, look at that. Khorne Warriors. The ultimate in indestructibility. I could save up and resummon Arbol if I really wanted to. I kind of have the time. I kind of have the time to just do that. That's not too bad. These guys are clobbering the very expensive Centaurs of Tzeentch. God, there really isn't a lot to micro here, though. Aside from Arbol, who I ended up throwing. He's YOLO-proof. Yeah, he's kind of YOLO-proof. He did end up dying in the end, but... yeah, it looks like he'll probably be able to secure this point soonish.
The enemy has slain our lord.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, I really need him for that leadership boost, but... I think we can, we should be able to resummon him just fine. Look at that, Centaur's taking a little bit of heat there. I still got my halberds in the distance. How quickly can he possibly take these points, right? I think not that quickly. Honestly, I think I was totally right. Yeah, I should not have brought in so many skirmishers at the start. Dude, the leadership sucks. The leadership's so bad. Arbol will be back soon, though. Arbol, my beloved. Come back, baby. We need you. We need you back. At this time of great need. 1,600 tickets down. A million forces of Tzeentch are at our borders. Your warriors, Arbol. Your warriors are routing. What even is that? A pendulum? Dude, it's been ages since I've seen a pendulum. And I dodged, too. Didn't even do that much damage. Although these guys might rout. That would be real bad. Come on, passive. You can trigger. You can trigger. I believe in you. There we go. Unbreakable for the win. De-summons all his dudes. Yo, that's crazy. That's some wacko maneuvering right there. He just keeps de-summoning. I'm going to get value back just from his de-summon spam. I do lose my Marauder Horseman, though. A little unfortunate. He has a few Doom Knights. Come on, Arbol. You got this. I believe in you. How long does it take to resummon a Lord? Thank God. All right. And he's back in action. Now, what's he bringing on in? Changebringers? You're kidding me. Changebringers is such a crazy summon. I can't believe it. Mad Lad actually brought the Changebringers in. Are they really going to be able to swing this soon enough? Like, he's got no capture weight. That much is for sure. We may die, but Honestly, you know, if these guys were Slayers, Khorne is the real Slayer army core, okay? I don't know what it is about Khorne, but they know how to die in battle. Slayers, they don't know what they're doing, man. Slayers, they don't know how to die in battle. I don't know what else to say. They kind of suck at dying. All right, Arbal, get in there. Actually, nah. I don't want him to die to Changebringers. That'd be pretty bad. Run back to the safety of your forces. Here we go. Kill off those there Centaurs. He's gonna have a unit here, but a little too late, most likely. And then my Khorne Gores just kind of crushed it. Huzzah! Centaurs are down. Yeah, the Changebringers are just too slow. Just a couple Zongors, really. Just a couple Zongors. You know, if I hold the double cap for long enough, he's pretty boned. All I really have to do is just hold the double cap just a little bit longer and barely take out like these Zongors, and we're fine. I can make him advance towards me too. It's even better. There you go. What are you gonna do? Arbal's on the point. He's a Chad. He's a Chad. Look at them Zongors. Not even doing much over there. Ouch. Oh, okay. That's just a missile. I thought it was gonna be the other Billy. All right, there we go. Zongors doing their best. Little rear charge on them. Should be fine, though. I got Doggos, too. The Doggos. Doggo Swarm. Gonna kill it. Let's see here. He's kind of working this. Arbal's doing a good job holding, though. But I gotta start committing to one of these points instead of both. Okay, the Zongors kind of got deleted, and then my Marauder Horseman got deleted. Can we get a charge for some leadership? Absolutely not. That's pretty brutal, actually. We may still get triple capped. As good as this is, it's not over quite yet. I'm gonna need to hold one of these points or something. Ugh, God. What I would do for 50 doggos right now. Yeah, I don't think I'm holding this for the whole minute. Not against the Forsaken. I need to like steal a point or something. Get him, Arbal! Okay, routed off the Centaur, so they can't support this side, and I have a little bit of infantry. And I have a Marauder Horseman. If I can steal this far point, we'll be fine. Remember, I have lots of time here on my side. These doggos will be very important for this late game hold. Come on. There you go. There we go. They're capturing the point. They're doing just fine. There we go. Arbal's giving his leadership. Doggos. Get into safety. There we go. Nice. Yeah, this is looking great. Ah, they routed. Oh god, not the Centaurs. I gotta stop the Centaurs from getting on the point. If they do, we're pretty boned, right? Oh god, yeah, he's committed. Oh lordy. Not like this. No. No. Crap. I think he barely won. Oh, that's brutal. All right, what can I do here? What can I do? I have to steal a point super fast, right? So I have a little bit of time. Actually, I have a lot of time. So we can kind of try and make a misplay. If I hold on my summons, the odds of a misplay get higher over time. But actually getting dudes on the point is going to be a little difficult with the Centaurs of Tzeentch. They're going to be a big problem indeed. Going to be a very big problem. This middle area, though, looks like it is the most likely that I can secure. I have to deal with the Centaurs, though. 2 horsemen? I think I just have to summon 2 horsemen here. I think I just got to get the Marauder Horsemen on there. Get the doggos in. And just hope for the best. Doom Knights are going to be a menace. Come on. Come on, Khorne. You got this. Just a few Doom Knights. Can I countercharge these guys and just kill them? I am technically capturing the point right now, but he does have a Marauder Horseman over here. He leaves a Forsaken on that side. Okay. Me killing off that one dude helping me out a lot. I just gotta keep these doggos alive. Bring in these boys. Okay, there we go. Nice, nice. Can I kill his Doom Knights? A Doom Knight kill would be huge. There we go. All right, I'll take that. And then we get a Khorne Gore over here. Start pressuring both ends. This Doom Knights taking some heat. Okay. Oh, it ain't too bad. It ain't too bad. Kairos does have that terror, though. That brutal, brutal terror. Alright, there we go. I no longer have capture weight either. Oh god, the double Forsaken. Here we go! Is there any way I pull this back? So that's not gonna go. I think I just have to, yeah, I gotta take this far point, right? Okay, time is slipping. But I have one last play in me, okay? He did just lose a whack load of his Centaurs here. And he summoned Forsaken onto this middle point. Because of that, I potentially have a big play here. He has but a single Forsaken on this far end, and I have 4 units of skirmish cavalry blitzing their way to it as fast as possible. If I can manage to take this in but a couple minutes, the battle will be mine. Khorne Gores especially are great here. The entire match now revolves around this singular capture. There is literally nothing else to do but this one play now. Arbal's fast though, he's a speed demon. And this is a lot of capture weight indeed. His Centaurs are running. His Centaurs are running, here we go. This is a lot of capture weight. This is a massive amount of capture weight actually. There we go. There we go, there we go. There we go. All right, nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Captured. And value trading. We are now value trading as Forsaken are not here just quite yet. Loses his Marauders, loses his Centaurs to the panic. Now we send in the doggos. I must hold this point for about a minute. It's all about value trading though, weirdly enough. I actually have to kind of value trade this point, otherwise it gets a little sus. The Halberds are great though. The Halberds are great for that. I don't think he'll be able to capture this too quickly. 1 minute though, 1 minute to hold. Losing a lot of dudes, but I have the doggos here. The doggos will be great. These guys will be fine. Okay, here we go. Blood for the Blood God and whatnot. 40 seconds. Okay, it's not too bad. Come on. That's not even gonna do anything. Come on. Come on, you darn Khorne Gores, get in there. Just get in there. Oh god. He has a Marauder on the point now. Arbal routes. No. No. Oh. The humanity. The absolute humanity. God, what a close match. He wins it though. Dang. Gee, what played? God dang, man. What a brutal fight. It came down to, I think, just a slight early misplays. This thing was fine. The Warriors didn't really do much other than capture points. Losing Arbal was the big flub though, right? If I didn't lose Arbal and I just summoned in more infantry, probably could have held the home points long enough to win it. Dang. Could have held for a bit longer. Yeah. Bellower still got value. It did get netted. It was gonna be really hard to keep it safe regardless. And then, yeah. massive Changebringer value. Although he did have to summon them twice, so it wasn't the end of the world. Forsaken were pretty brutal, though. God dang. Knights of the Brazen Throne wouldn't have done anything. Although, I guess they do clean up pretty hard. I need to summon them in the interim between Changebringers. But yeah, I just didn't need to fight the Soul Grinder. Don't fight the Soul Grinder, we win that? God dang. Oh, Khorne. At least the sign-ups are fairly minimal. If I can win the next 3, maybe I can still make it. It's a really big maybe, though. Dang. Oh, God. You gotta play for the big sword? Yeah. Well, I wasn't expecting to get it because I was just gonna get kited. But I could have gone a big sword in that game. I did manage to steal that point, though. 13 seconds. God dang. I didn't capture his back point as quickly as I could have, too. You misread Olgor's stream. Dude, Khorne is hard enough without that. Khorne is such a... I don't know, man. There's another downside in that there's a lot of people that play Khorne. So they kind of know how to play against them. So I have a lot of learning to do against people that have kind of developed the anti-Khorne meta. Khorne is a hard faction to like squeeze more value out of, I feel. I feel like there's no unit that can like overperform in value except for the artillery pieces. Like, I mean dramatically overperform, right? Like there's no like hard cavalry. Unless like you run Knights of the Brazen Throne, but you can't always run Knights of the Brazen Throne. Everything, you know, I feel like on average they'll slightly overperform. But like, yeah, if people have the build for you, it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough. God dang. Oh boy. Yeah, there's nothing like I can use my skill set for, right? And here's the thing, like, you didn't really see Khorne in the grand finals either, so I feel like they're genuinely not that great. I think they're really good against people that don't know how to play against Khorne. And I can probably tune up my builds a bit. But I think, like, you know, against a lot of these guys, it's a little rough. I could have taken some Flesh Hounds. Flesh Hounds probably would have been better versus Centaurs there. We're gonna behold more Khorne today. I don't want to play Khorne anymore, man. I want to play like a real faction. Give me Empire or Kislev. Arbal will never live this down, yeah. He got so sniped, man. He got snivelly sniped, even with his 25% missile resist. I guess I could have taken Valkyria and Furies against Changebringers. So you can give Changebringers a bit of a run for their money, and then you make them overcommit on Furies. It's probably just a smarter play if you're playing against Tzeentch, because you do have to worry about Changebringers. Although, like, the cannon of the skirmishers were fine. He did kind of run them down with his own Furies, though. So that's probably what I was missing, right? Just slap in some Furies and we'd probably be fine here. Dang. Scarbrand can rampage Changebringers, yeah. So that would actually be a pretty cool play. I don't know how we do against the Blue Fire and... Because the Changebringers were they in reserve? They might not have been. But the Soul Grinder and Blue Fire, I feel like would bully Scarbrand into the horizon, right? He has 10k HP, but no resistances to the Soul Grinder. And only 35% for Blue Fire. No healing. I feel like Scarbrand would have a hard time. think they started on the field? Yeah. Dang, man. God, what's the secret? What are you supposed to do with this faction? Should I just spam Chariots of Khorne? Can I spam Chariots of Khorne? I don't know, man. God, what a disaster, man. What a disaster. If I don't qualify for the semis, at least I have the Savior Disaster campaign. I can run that. I do have it, right? Ah, hell yeah. So, yeah, Musaka sent me a Norskin disaster campaign. He called it Ent Help. Yeah. Chaos Dwarf Endgame Crisis between turn 30 to 40. And it looks like it's kind of sus. So that'll be pretty fun. I'm very excited to do a disaster campaign. As soon as we're done this tournament. As soon as I'm done dying as Khorne. Man. God dang. I really don't know how to play Khorne. Really don't know how to play Khorne. Although that game was really close. Like, it was a solid opener. Maybe if I start with an earlier capture by, like, having dogs at the beginning. Because if it's a capture weight race, the doggos can get a lot of done. They can get a lot of stuff done, as long as they don't have, like, a crazy melee army. Was this a non-mobility Enticity army? Yeah, I just turned it into one. I just turned it into one. You know, it could be interesting. Cut the warrior. Get, the thing is, I have so much less of a front line. But, like, this has to do something, right? You still have loads of infantry. You got some flesh hounds. Maybe this is the way? God. God, oh man, I hate Khorne so much. Hate Khorne so much. Alright, let's see here. Let me just change this. I just want to see what this campaign looks like while we wait for our next opponent. If you really don't know how to play Khorne, I really 100 to the power of 100 don't know how to play Khorne. Hey, you know, some people, they probably have a gist of it. I think a lot of people have a good feel of which units are better than me simply by exposure. Karnak Scarbrand. Well, you would die to Changebringers and Kairos Net. All in on the Lord Snipe. He's flying, my dude. He has wings. Alright, let's take a look at this. So this is a disaster campaign that I'll probably be trying after we're done this here tournament. Skull Reapers would have won you the fight. Okay, so he has Throg, he has a whack load of Ice Trolls, he took out Hell Pit. Dude, this is sick. I don't see what the problem is. So he's saying he's feeling overwhelmed. Let's hear. It has Chaos Dwarf Endgame Crisis between turn 30 and 40. I almost never am challenged on campaign, so guessing it was going easy. Going to be easy piece of cake. Confederate Norska, advance to the Chaos Dwarves and win. It all started fairly well. But his initial province, he spotted Malachi with a crappy army. Killed Malachi. That went pretty well. But when I was taking his capital, everything started to crumble. War declarations on all sides. Clan Molder sniping my settlements. While I had only one army, then Wulfric and Epidemius showed up. On turn 16, overwhelmed, but with 2 stacks of decent units. The only problem is that the clock is ticking. Smoke from the factories of the Chaos Dwarves is starting to appear in the sky, and I don't think I'm ready to defeat them. Dang, yo, 6 submission. How many wars does he have? 3, bro. It's so easy. 3 wars? Alright, he's not even at war with Katarine. I'll go kill Katarine. Let's see here. So, where's his main recruitment? He has, yeah, some Marauder, Great Weapons, Berserkers, and Hunters. He has Krakadrak. No good recruitment here, right? Like, so this is just like abandoned, you know, abandon this territory. That doesn't really matter. He has to go full war economy, essentially. This is totally just go full war economy. Like, Throg's army is sick. Let's see. Which one can you challenge? I think, like, if you go for... Yeah, you can totally just get the Chaos Frost Dragon at this point, right? Was this Dragon Ogre's Great Horn? What does that do? Bombardment? I feel like the Frost Dragon is just, like, easy victory. Yeah. And you just get the quest done and then your goodies. Everything else is, I think we can take... I think we can take him on. Yeah, and then just get him to raid camp. Yeah. That's a big money saving. Although, does he have any movement left? He doesn't. No, he does. So yeah, he can totally just kill these guys. Okay. This army's pretty useless though, right? So like, I think you can totally save this. Just consolidate around Hellpit. All right, yo, I can't wait. I can't wait. Yeah, you can sell the monolith for peace with Wulfric to buy more time. Yeah, there's lots. But, like, you don't really need peace with Wulfric. Honestly, I kind of want to fight him eventually anyways. No, you don't want more territory. Norscan territory kind of sucks. I'm all for just saying screw it to territory, make a crazy doom stack, and then you're fine. But he did say time is of the essence. He has a Chaos Dwarf endgame coming. So he needs to have like a Doom stack by then. That's essentially what we need. Interesting. Honestly, pretty fun though. I like it. Now, what am I gonna do about this? Okay, 5 dogs to start. Capture the points immediately. Right, and then we're good. We have our opponent. Lemur's Bane. Yo. All right, send them the code. Oh God, can't believe I lost round 1. Can't believe I lost round 1. Alright, we're waiting for our opponent. Who are they playing? I swear, if they drop out, then I can't make it to top 4. Be so sad. Not like this. He's playing Chaos Dwarves. Perfect. What's the next map? What are we playing on? Imperial Road. Okay. It's kind of a bad map for stuffing them up. Any other units I should run here? I feel like Blood Beasts. Blood Beasts hard maybe. If you're getting kited though, Blood Beasts don't really trade up. God, what do I use to trade up, man? I guess technically the Khorne Gores are your way to trade up. Isn't that too many doggos? I can make use of doggos. Just gotta micro them well. Kind of depends on their army though. It could end up going really bad. Blood Crushers. Where are they at? Blood Crushers of Khorne. Anti-infantry, sick. Pick a cool color. What flavor of red would you like today? Would you like red with some black? This one's actually doesn't have red on it. That's crazy. Joke, by the way. Let's see here. Anything that's not the default checks out. Default's pretty boring. So all of these have either red or yellow, right? The colors of Khorne. Really? The Khorne units are just permanently red? Dang, that is a shame. Is that the same for all the mono gods? Kind of sad. That would be kind of sad. If you tried Exalted Hero of Khorne on a Gore Beast chariot? I haven't. If he's anything like the Tzeentch guy, he's probably, you know, okay. So he's anti-infantry. 15 melee defense. What's his bonus versus infantry? 70 melee attack, 15 melee defense. So this guy's a squish ball. For 1150? I'm sure he's good at killing infantry. I can be pretty sure of that. I feel like Juggernaut might be a safer option. Kind of expensive though. 15 melee defense! Oh god, what else has 15 melee defense in this game? Yeah. He has half the melee defense as 4 dudes carrying a dead man. Like their hands are occupied. He has less melee defense than that. He has less melee defense than a let's see here. Oh, he does have slightly more melee defense than a gold chevron peasant. Hell yeah. Yo, if his anti-infantry is good enough, though, he might actually be sick. I messaged the wrong opponent? Oh my god. Well, that's how it be sometimes. God dang. Alright, here we go. So what is he playing? I'm playing Khorne. He's playing Chowie. Alright. The Chaos Dwarves. They got Kadai. End of story. Kadai are kind of brutal. What am I doing with this build? Even. Is this a matchup where Flesh Hounds are good? I guess they don't have traditional cavalry. So Flesh Hounds might actually be not bad here. Is this a matchup where I need Furies? Not really. Sure, let's do it. I just want to qualify for semis, man. Just let me qualify for semis. Oh yeah, they're also resistant to fire damage. Melee defenses for the weak. It's very Khorne, that's for sure. Oh crap. I had the default banner. I'm sorry, guys. Alright. Does the build cook? The greatest question of our time. So what I need is some victory tickets. I need me some victory tickets. So I went doggo max. Might seem crazy to you. I think I'm perfectly sane. Oh, calm down there. Oh god, I feel so deflated after playing Khorne, man. I'm so used to playing factions and just crushing it. You know? God. It's painful. It's painful. We're not out of it just yet, though. This old man still has some kick in him. I'm gonna value trade with my little Hellforged Bellows. Use the doggos to capture this point. Pressure his far point so he can never advance towards me. Win the game. It's good to challenge yourself. It makes me doubt. It makes me doubt. I need to play a game as Kislev to remember. To remember the crazy strats. Honestly, Empire. I feel like Empire is probably my most consistent faction. If you win this one, you might face Turin next. Hell yeah. Doesn't he have to lose though? We'll see. Here we go. And it's time. It's time to make some plays. That's a mag cannon. He has shotguns. The last time we lost by 13 seconds, so I'm going to capture this point as fast as possible. That's the post-trauma point captures. He has Flames of Asgore or whatever. So don't blob up, essentially. Don't you dare blob up against this man. Otherwise you're asking for trouble. Nice. Looks like he missed.
Keep it from the foe.
Looks like he missed. That's pretty cool. And into the trees you go. Alright, now what am I doing even? No, I want that off, man. Ouch, brother. Ouch, brother. Well, there go the doggos. Since when does Magma Cannon have the biggest AoE in the world? What the crap? Well, that's kind of painful. That's a big loss. Oh god. Dude, what the crap is that? Well, they'll rally. God dang, man. Now, that's painful. Arbol, though? Arbol, though, puts the brakes on Drazoath. Alright, he absolutely puts the dumpster. Just dumpsters him, alright. Hell Cannon's gonna have to evac, though. He's getting a little too spice. Drazoath does take a good amount of damage. And you know what? That's gonna have to do. Drazzy. Alright, now I gotta be real careful with my skirmishers here. These Centaurs, too, are a doozy. Wow, he straight up just routed the doggos. That's insane. That's bloody insane, man. How are you even doing that? God, this cannon's insane. Hey, at least I got Drazoath to half HP. You win some, you lose some, right? Come on, I dare you. Dive my cannon thing again. Holy crap. It hurts so bad. Really? He's just gonna dive it? Dude. Drazowath is not ready. He's not built for this type of situation, eh? Alright, here we go. So I should be able to steal a point or maybe kill his skirms. Drazowath is a little bit worse for wear. Should be able to shove these guys off. Let's get a big old surround on these guys. Mayhaps. A little bit of staggered formation over there. Where the horsemen should be able to do fine here. Some doggo surrounds on his Centaurs. That's a plus. These hobgoblins don't win this, right? I don't think they win it. Maybe they do, though. We'll see. This, though. This one's going pretty well for me. So I'll most definitely take that. And the hobgoblins, yeah, it's getting a little sus. All right, we're going to back up. At least I did kill his really annoying blunderbusses. I do have more summons at the ready. We can potentially run them down, too. You know, just keep Drazowath on the ground and just make a sick play with the Lord Snipe. Lord Snipe shenanigans, the Bretonnian way. Okay, yeah, it's getting a little spicy over there. Fleshhounds are doing good, though. Fleshhounds should be able to uptrade into these hobgoblin silly dudes. And Drazowath indeed is taking a beating. Okay. Honestly, I'll take it. A Drazowath kill here is all I really need to potentially make a huge play. Like, you know, I'm totally happy just playing the value trading game as Khorne. Khorne can absolutely do that. Skirmishers are doing fine. Drazi is potentially getting out of there. We'll see. It's not like I have any skirms on him. And I lose my cannon again. God dang. Every single time. It's okay, though. Skirmishers are doing fine. Drazi's kind of suffering.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Rip artillery piece. Okay, there we go. He sends in some skirmishers. So that's another fairly free pick. And Fleshhounds here should crush it, right? Fleshhound should absolutely crush it. There go his hobgoblins, nice. Is he summoning Cav? No, Iron Demon. Yeah. It's Iron Demon time, so that means that I'm going to need a lot of non-infantry units. Any infantry I summon in is very much so gonna get obliterated if I'm not careful. But at least the value trading's pretty good. Drazowath is brutalized here. Despite that, the game's still kind of close. There's a big old AoE. There's not really much we can do about that. My units are super slow. But it looks like we're actually winning the mobility game for once. A rarity for Khorne, but one that we will get to enjoy this day. Got a couple of these dudes back. Man, those poor doggos. Those doggos got deleted so fast. Oh my goodness. Alright, there we go. Some hobgoblins are dead. Yeah, am I really gonna resummon the doggos at a point like this? I feel like it's so risky. I feel like one misstep and then they're all just gonna get obliterated again. But that darn artillery piece just having a field day. At least our ball's a Chad. And I do kill off good old Drazowath. So I guess that's pretty cool. God dang, this artillery piece though. Hey, a matchup where Fleshhounds are good. That's news to me. Alright. Escort him off the battlefield. Alright, and with Drazowath dead and his artillery shut down now, there should be no way we lose this game. God, every single Khorne game is so sus though. You know, I play other factions, it's like a one-sided sweep. Khorne, you're really just... You just have to make sure you play your cards as efficiently as possible. And then it's still kind of close. Like, I really needed that Lord Snipe. Really needed that Lord Snipe. A full HP Drazowath could get so much work done on all of my dudes here. Anyways, more axe throwers will do. His artillery piece is down, and the value lead is heavily in our favor now. Wonderful. Good stuff. Good stuff. That was terrifying, though. Yeah, like, my infantry did okay, but, like, god dang. Oh. Yo, look at that value lead. Holy crap. Huge value lead. Okay, early doggos though kind of suck. They kind of suck. They don't really do anything. Don't forget to blink. Yeah. Gotta get some manual blinks in there. Flesh hounds. Oh god, what a weak charge. What was that? How tired are they? They're only winded. Oh, the friendly fire. Let's go. Yeah, flesh hounds don't really have the impact damage that cavalry do. It's kind of sad. Sure, I'll get desummoned. This thing can't really glide through my cavalry. That's why I didn't take infantry. And now that it's finally shut down, I can summon in the Khorne Gores to bully his cavalry. That should make life fairly straightforward for me. Khorne losing again. Well, we're winning right now. We won. We got this game. Will I make it to semis? Probably not, but we're winning this game. Dude, Cathay is sick, man. Cathay is amazing. Khorne is like, he got no big plays, man. Like, I feel like, you know, even if I see my opponent, like, misplay from positioning or something, like, what do I even do, right? It's usually just trying to mitigate kite. Now, I do have ways of mitigating kite. Less so in domination. But, like, I don't know, man. 10-minute pushes are fine. 10-minute waits before pushing is fine, but like, I don't know. Maybe there's like a main tide style that works out pretty well. It's really a completely different style than I'm used to. So like, you know, I just don't know what to do. In this one we won though. This one was a great victory. Mostly though, it's because he made a misplay and lost his lord, right? He lost his lord and I have better mobility than him. Like, I just use the flesh hounds and the doggos better to kill off his centaurs with my skirmishers. Like, that's the type of plays that usually win it for me. So, it's still leaning on the usual cavalry crutch, I feel. And it's not really like I'm using sick builds, right? Because in theory, you know, I should be able to win handily if I have the right build. In theory, right? Just you know, just from having the micro. And also a lot of people saying that Khorne is a fairly strong faction. So I'm not optimizing somewhere. It could also be like, I don't know, maybe my Blades of Khorne I'm not really working on enough. It builds off of kills, right? So maybe you, if you go man tide, you can just spam Blade of Khorne into the horizon. Hard to tell, hard to tell. But that one definitely came down to micro. It was not the faction. Absolutely not. Okay, it's Khorne. We've defeated the Chaos Dwarf, so we're 1-1. Not a terrible score. Hopefully we can rubber band back. Still Arbol the undefeated. He was defeated earlier. Most definitely. Let's like take a look at this. GG. Yeah, his throwing axes did pretty good. His artillery piece, it is really expensive. So it's not too bad, especially because I got to kill it. So, you know, I did eventually get to kill it. I got to flank his blunderbusses, which was nice. My warriors actually did pretty good. At least the ones that survived. This thing keeps dying at 800 value, though. But, like, it kind of forced him to land a lot. And that's what got Arbol 3k. His Flesh Hound got 1400, so. But yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like I know what I'm doing with Khorne. That's the problem. Let's see. It could just be like maybe I just gotta take Scarbrand sometimes for the rampage. That can work against some of the shorter range skirmishers. Though he does start to get pretty low if you're not careful. More monsters. Single entity core can be really good for sniping. They're just so weak against kite. Scarneck. Monster Mash, I'm pretty good at. Is there a degenerate, you know, Slaughter Brute build I can do? Slaughter Brute, Blood Brute, Behemoth, and Scarbrand. And then you just walk around and punch things in the face. What's the worst that can happen? You get kited into oblivion because your max speed is 80, and the other guys have 66 and 64 speed respectively. That's not very fast. It's not very fast, guys. I don't know what to say. God, Khorne's a slow faction, ain't he? You know the Slaughter Brute is bad when people aren't even asking you to bring it. That's pretty bad. Even the Khorne enjoyers. Monster Mash guarantees you always have 1 point. That's not gonna win me the game. Although I guess in the late game. But the thing is, he's gonna just kite them to death. Opponents can most definitely kite your single entities up. So you can't really do that. Soul Grinder of Khorne has 75 speed. Hell yeah! Actually faster than the Blood Brute. Holy crap. Yo, why is the Blood Brute so slow? I thought it'd be faster with like the whole Nakari sprinting. Alright, what's the next map? Oh, we're supposed to play Imperial Road Ambush. Wait, what's Imperial Road Ambush? Imperial Ambush? Yeah, it even still says Imperial Road. Okay, it's more or less the same thing, though. Interesting. Yeah, it's Imperial Ambush. Anyways, Borderlow landed. That's the next one. This is the bad version of the Destroyer. The Destroyer is already Walmart. More legs equals faster. Centipedes, the speed demons. I guess Slanesh kind of adopts the less legs faster, depending on the unit. Scarbrand's not actually like not that bad. If you can get a Lord Snipe with Scarbrand, you can still pull out a victory. What about Skull Reapers? Yeah, Skull Reapers. Alright, yeah, Scarbrand is a really good tool to just pull out wins with a sick Lord Snipe. He's pretty good at that. That's about it. That's all he could do. You're paying an extra 1,000 gold for Scarbrand, by the way. Hey, maybe you micro him like a god. Oh god, Skull Reapers. Oh, Skull Reapers. Way too squishy, man. I don't know why they route so easy. I wouldn't have thought that they'd be so easy to route. I guess that extra 515 leadership on Bloodwake Berserkers is just way better. You did overdo it on them? Well, if a unit is good, you want to take as many as possible. You came here for the Enticity flavored Khorne recipes. Where are they? They're in shambles, man. They're in shambles. They're burnt in the oven. Now I just have to play standard Khorne. I really wonder if there's something I can do with these doggos, though. Is there an insane mass doggo build that just, you know... Is there a crazy mass doggo build that just wins you every single battle? I can exploit my enemy playing too wide. I guess that's something. This is it's kind of like a crane gunner if you think about it. The pupper rush. This dies to like normal cavalry. Like normal Empire Knights just dumpster this. And I'm not going down to 56 speed with the Minotaurs. Oh my god. It feels like I'm just playing Ogre Kingdoms. Or if I play Ogre Kingdoms, guys, I could play Ogre Kingdoms. It's Ogre Kingdoms with better infantry, The Furies just suck. They don't really help with the game plan. Because they trade out really quickly, and usually I'm trading down when I'm playing Khorne. Go for it. Like, this is interesting. This is pretty interesting, I can say that. Oh god, I'm up against Outer Region. I'm up against Outer Region, you're kidding me. I'm up against Outer Region. On the plus side, if I beat him, he's not making it to semis. So that's pretty good. Alright. Ogres are not the worst. Ogre Kingdoms are... They're not bad. Alright. Lizard men, eh? He has the lizards. It's a little on the spooky part. But I think it's not possible to take him out. Funnily enough, they do have a hard time versus Chaos Warriors. That's definitely a help. Triple Bloodthirster. That's pretty sick. Pretty sick plays. God, my Hellforge Bellows, man, it never gets value, but I feel like I need it. Let's see. Okay, so I'll take one more of these. Cavalry-wise, I still gotta survive his cavalry. I guess that's what the... that's what the Khorne Gores are for. Like, everyone just loves Khorne Gores to death. Maybe this is it. Maybe we win versus Outer Region. Get 1,000,000 points. Yeah, rock drops are definitely real bad. Yo, it'd be a miracle. All right, bloody miracle if I can win this. Oh my gosh. Oh, we're really low on the leaderboard, aren't we? Okay, if I win this one though, and the next, it ain't the end of the world. So only one person will get 4 wins. Everyone else is going to be at 3 wins. The people that are going to be at 3 wins, it's probably going to be maybe 6 people. So I just have to be better than them. Outer Region's actually really high on opponent wins. So if we win this, that's really good. It's really good that I matched into Outer Region, actually. It's kind of huge. Okay. Beef build coming right up. Yeah. I got the Chonkinator build. God, I feel so sussed out. We're on Borderlow Landing. That's what we played on earlier. How interesting. No, I do really wonder if Blood Beasts are good or not. Like, in theory, they should be good. They didn't get nerfed, right? So they should be a pretty solid unit. Maybe Khorne's just all about them Blood Beasts. Still doesn't really help versus the Kite, but... you know, there. Watch him just go like 6 Chameleon Skink. Instant death for me. Honestly, rock drops aren't even that spooky. I'm much more worried about, like, chameleon skinks. Yeah, they only count as Khorne marks, but, like, otherwise, they were pretty good on the Warriors of Chaos roster. So maybe I'm just not playing with them enough? Like, I've been using Khorne dogs for my mass, but what if I take blood beasts? What if I do that? Alright, time to steal Outer Region's opponent points. I really need this. My path to victory is guaranteed almost. Scarbrand kill squad action. Pretty good looking fun. He has 7 units. Basically nothing. What's he doing? Shredder of Lustria or something? Blood Beasts are pretty good versus single entities. I'm not worried about that. Scarbrand's pretty good versus single entities. Some skirms, Mazda, and the Shredder of Lustria. When in doubt, more power. It's a lot of skirmishers, by the way. Hell, a lot of skirmishers. Mazda has a net and a heal. So how does one take down a Shredder? I don't think he's got no pterodons over here. Doesn't look like it. Hellforged Bellowers is not bad because I can actually defend it for once. You can't have a lot of flying dudes or anything. Should be fine. Can we capture a point sometime soon? We'll have to see. Don't want to lose my units either. And I can't YOLO my Furies to their deaths. That would be extremely unoptimal. They are simply too expensive to just chuck away like that. I want most of his skirmish damage to go on my warriors here. And now that we got the boys in town, and I have my sick Hellforged Bellowers, now we can begin playing this game. So what's it gonna be, Outer Region? Are you gonna commit to the fight against Triple Blood Beast or what? You got a bunch of skink skirmishers, yeah. But they're not really shooting at anything too valuable right now. If anything, they're losing out on ammunition. So, a fairly comfortable position. So far, though, so far, Hellforged Bellowers got to scoot on up, and I got to secure this point. Now, I could summon Khorne Gores. Infantry against the Shredder of Lustria is sus indeed. I do have myself a capture point. God dang, Bellowers. Why you gotta suck? Alright, plan B. If I get a couple more Blood Beasts, I should be fine. Is there's no way he goes for it. That would be insane. He's feigning a charge. He's totally, yeah, you see that? Yeah. You wanna play chicken? I'll play chicken. There's no way he was gonna go for that, man. The threat of Scarbrand just rampaging you to your death is like so high. I got the fear in him, okay? I know what I'm doing. We're cooking up a storm here. I don't want to advance with these warriors. This is mostly gonna come down to trading more than anything else. I absolutely have to trade effectively, and that's gonna help out. Pretty solid shot on the side of Mazdamundi. Literally on the side of Mazdamundi. I have Scarbrand over here. He's gonna try scooting up so he can try to skirmish him, but we won't let him. He does have a capture point, but he's running out of ammunition. Against these warriors, it's really not worth. Oh, okay. All right, Shredder. Shredder of Lustria is on him. Kind of waste the net though. I must say that was a little bit of a sad net. Oh. Swap him out. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, he's really trying to hit up Scarbrand here. Can I rampage him? That's actually not a terrible rampage. Looky there. Looky there. All right. Decent shot over there. Scarbrand with the rampage makes him aggro to the nearest unit. And the nearest unit are these Chaos Warriors. So that actually puts them in a really bad position. Here we go. Here's my skirmishers. We got good surround on his boys. Mazdamundi's getting his face clapped in. Now, what's the Shredder gonna do? Is it gonna stick around or is it gonna pull away? Looks like we won the game of chicken once again. Shredder decides to run with its tail tucked between its legs. Perfect time to get a lot of value in with Scarbrando. Looks like my warriors are doing fine. It's all about knowing when you can fight the Shredder and when you cannot. And this is most definitely a time when we can fight it fairly well. God dang though, those horned ones. Good trading though. We do, you know, it was a decent trade against them. Scarbrand's got to back it up now, but we already got a pretty decent situation. You know, with the skirmishers doing so well, Scarbrand does have to, if he nets this, Scarbrand has to come in here and help out. Oh, ruination of cities, painful. Very painful indeed. But hey, another blood beast around goes very hard. Scarbrand's not getting shot to bits by skirmishers, but I don't have my skirmishers here, so yeah, we're gonna have to pull back out of this situation. That's not too comfortable. I will say though, come on, yes, rampage to skirmishers. That's kind of huge. Should be able to catch his skirmishers too, with a couple furies. And they kind of got unrampaged though. In the end, I don't know how I feel about that. But hey, Scarbrand's killing some feral cold ones. That's nice. Skirmisher core shutting down his boys too. Oh crap, he netted me. We already used his ruination of cities. Can't be that bad, right? Gonna get a 6 shot here. Shredder of Lustra is actually kind of going to town on him. The big old terror out because the Shredder be like that. Cannon's kind of doing not bad though. Cannon's doing okay. Marauder Horsemen are absolutely not doing okay. But we kind of traded out flanks for it, right? You know, I lose one flank, he loses the other. It's not too bad. You know, killing off Kroxagors is not a terrible situation considering Scarbrand is so incredibly tanky. Oh, horned ones are here though. Can I get a 6 shot on them? The answer is yes. That was actually quite nice. So we'll kill off these skinks, enjoy the capture weight for a little bit, and try not to overcommit and lose everything. As long as the single entity fight goes well, I should be in decent shape here. Oh, sorry, banishment? It's trying to banish me. All right, we're backing up from there. That is a nice loss of banishment. It's a big spell that's not really gonna do much. Where's my bellows at? Ugh. All right, how's Scarbrand? Run! Run, little Scarbrand, run. Yeah, I definitely need more infantry. Pull back in the blood beasts. And we're just gonna play chipping away. Horned ones are scary, but not insurmountably scary. And the Shredder of Lustra is incredibly low. Yeah, he gets terror out on my dudes, but that doesn't really amount to that much. It's really just the horned ones that are a little annoying. But, you know, okay, yeah, we're just kind of playing chicken again. So he wants to get his skirmishers on me. I want to get my skirmishers on him. We're kind of just jockeying for position right now. Is this thing gonna shoot? Apparently not. Do I have a rampage on this thing? I do. Beat him up. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's a huge play. Okay. Shoot up his horned ones then. Yo, Scarbrand with the Chad maneuver. I think he's trying to get a net off. But if Scarbrand can kill this thing, that would be immaculate. Come on, boys. You got this. I have a couple Furies over here. We're shooting up his horned ones. Shredder of Lustra. Face is dead on onto Scarbrand, though, and he's gonna have to pull back once again, sadly. There's not really much I can do against that. He's just gonna be annoying. Shredder's definitely getting low, though. It's definitely getting very, very low. It's even on the point of almost routing now. I think one shot from this artillery piece could get the job done. Getting hit by artillery does reduce your leadership. Scarbrand, very close. Seems like it may live though. Scarbrand. He has to play a war of attrition. Is he capturing? No, he's capturing the middle point. Okay. Yeah, it's a war of attrition when he has this much healing. Unfortunately. Can I get a sick sword of Khorne though? I've been waiting for this one. Pretty sick sword of Khorne. Kills a million skinks. I'll take it. Shredder of Lustria is down now. It is down. And I have quad skirmisher here. Oh, it's not down. It's actually at pretty good health. Dang. Okay, well, at least these skink skirmishers took a pretty big beating. Because of our shenanigans. And potentially, this is huge. If we could catch him out here, this would be massive. All right, you see the play I'm trying to make? Come on. Come on, there we go. This is a huge play. This is a huge play. The Mazdamundi pick would be massive. I have the perfect unit to zone out his cavalry. I have a random hell cannon that doesn't really have anything to do at the moment. Mazdamundi's getting low. Hell cannon's just gonna, I don't know, dive into melee or something. Okay, let's get a bubble. Actually, I might even just be able to kill the Shredder of Lustria. If he's not paying attention, Shredder of Lustria goes hard. He actually really committed his forces here, and that might have screwed him over, because he was getting worried about Mazdamundi. But now the Shredder of Lustria is routed. I do have a million blood beasts just kind of idling. I think I'll just desummon them. Their leadership's a little bit too low to really handle any of this. The Shredder of Lustria does go down. That's a decent play. Hellforge Bellows, still kind of cooking. And my my elite Khorne Gore nudes are back. Nice. Honestly, this one's a absolute tussle, isn't it? Come on, Scarbrand, just get that hit off. He lands this hit. It's over. This thing has ammunition again. Hell yeah. Maybe it can shoot. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. His Shredder of Lustria is now dead. After a lot of work, we finally got him dead with some exquisite Scarbrando plays. Scarbrand is an absolute Chad. I just gotta not throw him now, alright? There is a Mazdamundi. Very tempting to just try and kill Mazdamundi. You don't do that, alright? It's like a Dark Souls boss. You don't go for the greed. Just play it. Just play it safe, alright? Chip down their HP in the way you have been for the past little while, and you'll be goodies. You see this? Mazdamundi's trying to run. Get body blocked, son. Imagine getting body blocked by a hell cane. Oh my gosh. Alright, here we go. Come on, beat him up. Beat him up. Yeah, let's go. Mazdamundi getting dunked on. Come on, come on. There we go. I've been waiting my whole life for this. Chad Scarbrand, man. Absolute Chad Scarbrand. What in the world? Dude, he dumpstered Mazdamundi. This is what happens when you lock in. You know, maybe you guys were right, you know? I just need more single entities to micro. Give a man a single entity and you're good. Chad Brand, man. He actually killed a Shredder of Lustria and Mazdamundi. That's an absolute steal, man. Because he costs less than the Shredder. Holy crap. That's huge. Holy crap, that's bonkers. I did not expect Scarbrand to do so well. That was one of the better micro games I've had lately. What a Chad! 13 or 3,100? He didn't full kill them. The skirmishers got a lot of value. 700, 1,300, 1,400, almost 500. No Wrathmongers? Yeah, no Wrathmongers right now. Are they banned? I don't know. I've just been really enjoying the normal Chaos Warriors. Seekers and Heartseekers are banned. Thunder Tusk is banned. Arrows of Kurnos is 1 per army. Slanesh, Beastmen, Vampire Counts, Wood Elves, Ogres are all banned. Turn wants the lesser factions today. He wants the underdogs. Scarbrand may yet ensure that we see more Khorne this day. Yo, I kept the Hellforge Bellows alive, finally. Took me ages, man. Finally figured it out. Just had to keep it so safe. No Pterodons. No cavalry ever caught it. So, yeah, I guess it does just come down to the single entity micro. The warriors are so good for kite, by the way. Their high armor and shields really make it so they never get caught. And the blood beasts were not bad either. It's not bad. So all I gotta do now is win one more match. Hopefully against someone with a lot of points. And then I should be fine. Let's take a look at the signups. So what, we have like 15, 20 signups? Currently? Wow, really? That didn't increase my opponent points? What is this ripoff? My opponent points is still 2. Did I just lower Outer Regions opponent points? He has 5 opponent points. What a ripoff. Alright. I think the opponent I lost to, he's still playing his match, maybe? Yeah, okay, he's still playing his match, so if he can win at least 2 games, maybe I'll be okay. Being in the 2-win bracket is still really nice, though. Because I get to knock down someone else that's at 2 wins. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we match up against someone that's pretty high up. The Skinks had no effect early on, shooting at the warriors. Yeah. 110 armor, negating over 75% of their non-armor piercing damage. And then on top of that, having another, what is this? 55% resistance to missiles. Tickles. It tickles them. What a great anti-skirmish unit these guys are. Rampage is really strong there. Yeah, so Scarband was only 2,650, but he really was the only single entity I needed. Shredder of Lustra can sometimes be a little bit clunky. Though, if it ever becomes an even fight between Scarbrand and the Shredder, it gets healed, and then we lose. So, I really had to play a war of attrition. Every single opportunity where the Shredder was, you know, not facing Scarbrand was my play. He also made a really big misplay around the obelisk, trying to get around it to shoot at Scarbrand. And then his Shredder just kind of janked out a bit. That was kind of the beginning. Because he lost the momentum to just duel Scarbrand after that. Good stuff. No Furies for his Pterodons. He didn't bring any. Fury still did okay, though. It's really crazy to me, though, that of all things Khorne struggles against, it's cavalry. You'd think Khorne would be way better against cavalry, but like it's literally just the Khorne Gores that can fight him. Don't get me wrong, Khorne Gores are great. 18 bonus versus large. Alright, like if cavalry gets stuck on them, it's over. But they are but infantry units that are kind of expensive. Honestly, if you give Khorne Empire Spears, I think they'd be a way stronger faction. All this cavalry business is throwing me in for a loop. Or give Khorne, you know, Chaos Knights of Khorne. I think if you can start running Chaos Knights of Khorne, you suddenly have a way better rush build and suddenly into the meta. There you go. Or you think about Nurgle having a tool that makes enemy units rampage. If orcs can rampage with mushrooms, Nurgle can as well. I feel like rampage mechanics are a little bit too everywhere right now. Orcs, I feel like they can rampage because they're a funny faction. Alright, they're chucking shrooms at people's faces and it makes them angry. everyone has a rampage, it gets a little less exciting. If Nurgle has a rampage, though, it would definitely make their, you know, Great Unclean Ones a bit scarier. Play Cathay once, please. I cannot. It is a single faction tournament. Are the Chaos Knights really so bad? Yeah, let me give you a comparison. Chaos Knights of Khorne with lances, right? This unit costs 1,500. Let's compare them to Knights of the Lionhearted. I want to ask y'all. Do you see the difference? So they have a little bit more HP. But the stats, these guys have plus 10 leadership, plus 14 speed. Melee stats are basically the same. And they have anti-large built into them. You would not believe that Chaos Knight Lances cost 300 gold more than this. That's crazy. Alright, that's like half of a Khorne Gore, almost. It's on its way to being half of a Khorne Gore. For what? You know, yeah, you get Chaos Knight Lance in there. You summon 2 Chaos Knight Lances. You suddenly 1 Khorne Gore behind. And they're worse than, they're basically the same as the Knights of the Lionhearted, best case scenario. These guys even have magic damage. They cause fear, just like these guys. Yeah, they got Frenzy, but like, that's not really the important thing for cavalry. It's crazy. Yeah, they are super overpriced. Now look at Grail Knights. Grail Knights for 300 more. Not only do you get the speed bonus, armor's pretty close to the same. They have more leadership, bonus versus large, magic damage, relatively close HP, but they have Blessing of the Lady and Perfect Vigor. ITP. Do these guys have ITP? No ITP. So, now I would be willing, you know, I'd be willing to trade half a Khorne Gore for something like this. Perfect Vigor cavalry with insane speed. It's such a big difference. For another comparison, you can just look at Knights of the Blazing Sun, which is your typical lance cavalry. You're paying 300 gold more. You're paying 300 gold more for 1,100 HP, 30 armor, some leadership, but you still lose out on 8 speed, which is a huge deficit. Spell resistance is good. Knights of the Blazing Sun also have spell resistance, though. They both have fire damage. And people don't even run Knights of the Blazing Sun that much. A lot of people go for Empire Knights or Demogryphs. So if these guys are kind of close to Knights of the Blazing Sun, but they're slower and cost 300 more, and Knights of the Blazing Sun aren't meta, imagine how these guys compare to actual good cavalry. Oh, God. Imagine losing to Enticity. Could never be me. Yo, I beat Outer Region twice. Khorne versus Lizardmen for the win. Would you use Uncle Furuncle if he had a rampage? Nah. It doesn't really solve anything unless his rampage is 100 meters. 100 meters is where skirmish cavalry can bully you. If he can rampage a skirmish cav unit into him, I think he'd be great. At least versus chaos factions. But like, I don't think we solve all of these problems with rampage, you know? I think there's more interesting ways to solve the whole single entities are really slow issue. There should be, you know, I feel like maybe they should give giants and units like Uncle Frunkle a lot more capture weight. I feel like that would be a really nice way to balance them. Because in land battle, these guys are pretty spooky. Give them more than 3 capture weight, man. Like, you know, you can call them like give it a tier of their own, right? Like massive beasts. The fact that that an Empire Spearman at 300 gold outweighs this guy makes them so unplayable in domination. But hey, if he weighed like, you know, 15 capture weight, suddenly you have to actually deal with him. Sword of the Apocalypse meta. Is that the Regiment of Renown? These are Swords of Chaos. Bretonia's the cavalry faction, so no fair. Well, you know. You compare them to Empire, it's still pretty bad. You're paying 300 gold for Frenzy. Who pays 300 gold for Frenzy, man? Seriously, like... Imagine if Forsaken had the same stats as Marauders, but they had Frenzy. So then CA was like, yeah, there you go, we're done. We're done here. Maybe a bit more HP. So imagine Forsaken had a little bit more HP as Marauders, but they have Frenzy, otherwise all the stats are the same. That's garbage, right? It's absolutely garbage. You know. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Even normal Chaos Knights, you make them Khorne so that they have Frenzy. It's only a 100 gold difference. So if you want a more apt comparison, just look at normal Chaos Knight Lances. Compare normal Chaos Knight Lances to your average Joe Warhammer Cavalry that no one runs. Yeah, a little bit more HP, but they don't even have the spell resist anymore. And they're slower. And speed is so important. Yo, I'm Khorne. He's High Elves. All right, here we go. It's time. We win this. We're in a pretty good spot, I think, as long as Stingers has a good amount of opponent points. He has 4. Yeah, if I win this, the odds of me making it are not bad. My opponent points is still really low. I don't know why beating Outer Region didn't increase my opponent points. Okay, no, they're at 4 now. Okay. I'm still at the bottom of the docket of the people at 2 Swiss points. Stingers is also pretty low. So between B6 and Hitman Hippo, they'll play off. There are 6 people with 2 wins. So 3 of them will come out and have 3 wins. Which means 1 person is going to be at the bottom. So that means even if I win this, the odds of me making it to semis is still pretty low, unless this guy offers me a lot of Swiss points. I'm hoping for a tiebreaker. That would be the best case scenario. I'm also hoping I win this. High Elves can be pretty brutal. What makes Chaos the best in your opinion? They have Hellstriders. Would it be a good idea to have commanders have more capture weight? Nah, some commanders can really, would be too fast and could cheese it. Like if Archaon had more capture weight, it'd be really bad. Capture weight should be inverse to the unit's speed. That way you don't get these crazy land battle domination imbalances where you have big units are just like terrible here, but then they start getting really OP in land battles. Gotta balance it a little bit. Okay, so Scarbrand in a matchup against High Elves is probably a little bit more sus. I'm not really feeling that. High Elves in general, they don't have a lot of the anti-armored infantry unless they spam White Lions. White Lions are a little annoying though, right? So I don't really know how I feel about that. I don't really know how I feel about dealing with White Lions. Archers are not too bad though. Sisters of Avalorn are not too bad. Nurgle is the worst. At least it doesn't slow you anymore. Used to be terrible. Nowadays, it's at least a little bit more manageable. At least it's a little bit more manageable. Man, I wish I had aspiring champions. That would be so hype. How do I spend my money? Khorne Gores can be kind of sus here at times too. Definitely a unit you have to be a little careful about taking. You run them Khorne Gores and then suddenly they get shot to bits. Not a pleasant situation. This though is an okay build. Do I need Furies against High Elves? Furies don't really do that much, do they? His cavalry trade into my Flesh Hound, so I can't really just take them. Knights of the Brazen Throne is the time. Knights of the Brazen Throne are weird here. Very weird. How do Skull Crushers compare to Minotaurs? They certainly have a lot more speed. Alright, is this the build I want? It's a weird build. It's a weird build, but we live or die by it. Exalted Hero of Khorne. On the Gore Beast Chariot. Armor check time. I think my opponent he might pass the armor check. So I actually went for a bit of a strange one. I went for a bit of a strange build, but I think on this map it's actually not that bad. Hear me out, alright? But I gotta let the Enticity spill in a little bit. Think about it. Think about it for a second. Think about the possibilities. They're huge. Ready, good luck, have fun. Elves are a faction where you can run dogs. Reavers are not that bad. He only has 7 units though, which is a little worrying. What's the worst that can happen though, right? Anyways, as long as I beat this guy, I should be relatively okay. I feel like Wrathmongers are Khorne aspiring champions. That's true, yeah. Okay, what's he doing? Okay, Reaver Archers, sure. Ooh, a little dodge. And we'll go over here. We'll bring in the shooty boy. So he has Altharian and some birds. Reavers are here, okay. Gotta be real careful about them birdies. Do I have anything to fight them properly? I guess I have skirmishers of my own. That should be fine. Between my own skirmishers and Arbal, it's not the end of the world. He's really going for that? I'm surprised every time. They really hate this Hell Cannon. I don't know what it is about the Hell Cannon, but they always just try to YOLO on it. And I don't believe that's going to work out too well for that bird, as it is now getting dumpstered by the Arbal. Does take up into the air though. Can I get a shot on it? Yeah, pretty nice shot. Alright, well, now let's transition over here to this far side. I don't want to take a fight against the skirmishers, right? Let's see here, yeah, and I just want more skirmishers of my own. These guys were braced, so they should dumpster those Reavers. And the doggos are just here to put pressure on them. The doggos are here to just put pressure on them with the capture points, because elves are pretty expensive. That's a spell. Shouldn't do that much damage to my boys. And then the cannon can just kind of trade. Pretty decent hit. You're really going for that, dude? Dude, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I can't believe he would go for that. That's like a death sentence for your bird, man. It's not even the same price. Oh, God. All right. And then he lands over here with Altharian. All right, I'll take it. I got Blood Beast, man. I don't know if you want this. I don't know if you want this fight. Okay, so we'll pull back. We'll get the Blood Beast in. This is just Reavers. Let's see here. There we go. Blood Beasts are dumpstering the Eltharion. Nice. Just pull on back. Couple Reavers are not a big deal. And we just pull the doggos back. You can see the distraction they're causing, right? The doggos are causing a massive, massive distraction. This bird, though, over here is a little annoying. Oh, look at him. Body blocking bird over there. It's fine. I should be able to pull this back to safety. And he does indeed lose his Reavers, so that's pretty nice. He's going to be trying to recapture that point. But overall, ticket-wise, we're not doing too bad. Arball's a Chad. As always, Arball is an absolute Chad. Doggos come back. Good for them. They can maybe surround a Silver Helm or something. Can get a shot in here. Pretty good shot. Nothing too crazy. If I can just get one warrior here, I should be fine. He did summon in a unit of rangers, I guess. That's not a big deal. Once again, he's going for the bait. People are terrified of this cannon, I swear. Absolutely terrified of it. Oh, God. What a massacre. Arball with the steel chair. Dumpster in this poor bird. All right. So let's just get a shot there. Yeah, Arball is trading up massively. I don't know what he's doing. He's really letting Arball cook. And my Chaos Warriors here should have a fine time. Then we use the Doggo. We use the Doggo Horde to recapture that point. Should be pretty easy. Cannon will do fine, although he is focusing it. There we go. Skirmishers are doing pretty good. As soon as I get the Skull Crushers, though, he's a dead man. Fairly good brace. I don't think those War Lions can really cook against such elite armored infantry. So he has Silver Helms here, but if I micro this right, he shouldn't be able to get a good charge. And then easy peasy lemon squeezy. But he's sending in the dogs. All right, that's a terrible fight. It's a lot of money, though. And that expensiveness is going to hurt him quite a bit. Let's go ahead and get my warriors over there now. This is primarily a value trading game that I'm going for here. The Doggo micro is going pretty good. At least. Cannon's getting some work on them. Nice. And the skirms are here, man. The skirmish are tied. They can ward off Eltharion just fine. Now, unfortunately, one of his Silver Helms does get in here. I should be able to. Okay, yeah. So he's microing that very hard. Can I kill that Phoenix? A Phoenix kill would be huge. Crushers should be fine. And then I can, yeah, get a Khorne Gore here. This is a really good map for Khorne Gores. So I don't have to worry much about that. He sends in the Eltharion. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. I got Crushers. I just want to kill his infantry and then surround Eltharion. Can I get a shot? Come on. Big money, big money. Doggos. Now supported by Halberds. Do great. They're braced. So don't have to worry too much. Great Ranger kill over there. And once again, he's sending in the Phoenix. This poor Phoenix, man. He doesn't deserve it. All this, but for a single can. Oh, God. Oh, that's brutal. All right. So the Phoenix is getting absolutely dumpstered. It's just dead now. There's nothing else about it. It's just a goner. The Doggo Tide is doing a great job with the harass and stalling. Yeah, he has a couple archers here, but my artillery control has gone only better as time has gone on. Good Phoenix damage. And I dare you to land once again, because Arball is on the hunt. At least he should be. How's this going? Capture point's going fine. I have a lot of doggos too. They can keep pressuring that point, making things awkward for him. He does take the middle though. He does take the middle actually rather decisively, so I do have to be a little wary. Frostheart Phoenix is over there and all that. I do get the flank point pretty well though, so that's not a big deal. Skull Crushers. They should be able to dumpster Eltharion, right? And a bird. That's not a big deal. They absolutely dumpster that. There's the victory point. Nice. Doggo surround on the Silver Helms. Come on, big boys. You got this. They should do pretty well. This thing's definitely got to pull back, though. Or at least get a pot shot there. Eltharion does get his barrage on them, though. God dang, that barrage was brutal. Very powerful barrage. But, yeah, now it's looking a little sus, right? I have a massive value lead. Okay, Eltharion's kind of cooking against Arbol, but these guys are unkillable, so they should be able to hold pretty well. Okay, there we go. Maybe the cannon can shoot in there. Maybe a Khorne gore in here. That should be pretty cool. Nice. As long as Arbol doesn't die, I think we're good. Losing those Skull Crusher dudes, though, was a huge loss. God, what a disappointment. Now Arbol's gone. Holy crap, double disappointment. That was terrible. Absolutely, positively terrible. Well, at least everything else is going pretty well. Arbol may fall, but I do have a double cap. Worst case scenario, we'll bring him back. We'll bring him back, it's okay. Oh crap, those are Fireborn, okay. God dang. Okay, without Arbol though, this is gonna be real rough. Dude, he annihilated there. Very well played by my opponent. Hopefully we can get Arbol back with a with like a skirmisher or something. These warrior guys are still very good. Come on, Arbol. Come on, skirmishers, you got this. They should come back soon. Whoop. Doggos. Okay. I got halberds on them. That's huge. Oh, the misplay. Okay, so he kind of misplayed there. And it looks like the Phoenix will escort my guy off, but still okay. I think we're still cooking with our halberds here. Arbol leaving the battlefield, though. Oh, so painful. That means my doggos are going to be gone. He's going to capture this point, maybe. I will be able to summon him back very soon, and I do still have my little artillery piece here that could. So perhaps he just doesn't have enough to retake points. I can lead him on a wild goose chase, perhaps. And then once we have Arbol back, I'll be okay. God, the Arbol throw though, that's brutal. That's brutal. Trading wise is very deceptive because remember it's did it just crash? Oh, you're kidding me. No. No, not like this, bro. No. Oh, come on, man. Come on, dude. Dude, it could have gone either way. You're kidding me. Oh, God. What the crap was that? All right. God. What the crap, man? Dude, that was such a fun game. I feel like I was a bit behind after losing Arbol, but if he wants to send replay to Turin to review, we can do that. I would love a rematch. I would love a rematch, same armies. But as the one that crashed, it's up to how they want to handle / admins. No shields versus elves is interesting. Dude, that's such a ripoff, man. God, right at the Lord throw, too. It makes it look so bad. Did I at least save the replay on my end? It didn't even save the replay. God dang it. Alright. Khorne flipped the table. Khorne should be happy about blood. I bet it was Inch. I'm proposing we re-same armies. But if he doesn't want to, then we can send it. He says he's cool with that. Thank goodness. I think the tide was definitely turning. So I messaged back. I think I was a little behind after losing Arbol. But I think I might have been able to win on points with all the Khorne gores. It's really, it's hard to tell because it's a lot of Khorne gores, right? And it just depends on if you can route them or not. Honestly, I feel like props to my opponent for being cool with playing again. Alright, here we go. Yeah, he got a huge play on my elite cavalry. God dang, I really was wondering. So like the game would have come down to me resummoning Arbol, and then can he capture the points fast enough? And can he route off like the 3 some odd Khorne gores that were kind of just chilling? Yeah, he's a really good sport. Just being cool with the replay, even though he feels like he had a pretty good chance there. I do think what's it? I do think that he had a pretty good lead. I don't know if he would have cleaned up though. He definitely had a value lead, but a lot of it was in the sky. It's just like, can they actually kill Khorne gores fast enough? Maybe. They're pretty elite monsters. Huge question mark. Huge question mark. But this is for the big bucks. Winner probably moves on to the semifinals. If I win this now and don't make it to semifinals, God, that'd be sad. That would be sad. Because I think if he wins here, he probably would make it to semifinals for sure. So I'm really hoping I can still make it. A lot of these games are finishing up. He did have Dragon Princes. So he did have Dragon Princes, but they just got caught by my Halberds, right? Oh god, alright, here we go. If it crashes again, on my end, I'll just give him the win. Otherwise, we're stalling the tournament. Alright, here we go. No Lord Throw this time, yeah. Alright, here we go. Honestly, I think if he doesn't waste all his HP cycle charging my Hell Cannon, he's probably in a much better spot. I think he lost weight. Like, he could have just killed Arbol instead of, like, going for the, cannon. Because, like, Arbol's pretty undefended, right? Ready, good luck, have fun. Alright, here we go. Anyways, yeah, my opponent's a really good sport about it. Good luck, have fun. Here we go. So same opener. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna pull back. Dodge that first volley. That's gonna help us out a good deal. Then we split. And then we use our ball to kind of push these guys off. We're gonna bring these guys into the forest to start off. Or the middle. Well, the middle feels kind of bad. I feel like I'd kind of rather have the forest. Alright. And this time, I'm just going to get Khorne Gores on the flanks. That just makes so much more sense than going for Marauder Horsemen. Because I already have Blood Beasts. They should be able to cook just fine. Honestly, I feel like he should just be able to cook Arbal. So maybe he'll just go for that. Do have my boys here. They're putting in the work. Okay, can I get a shot in? Yeah, pretty good shot. Nice. So he has a Phoenix over there. It's just a single Phoenix. Okay. The doggos are capturing just fine. You know, the doggos can actually chase the skirmishers a bit, right? They probably can. If I get a good enough surround on them, we'll probably do all right. Probably. Still have to be real wary for Arbal, though. Pretty good surround over there. Nice. Then I can just countercharge the Silver Helms. Khorne Gores really want to fight his cavalry, so we're going to be going for that. And then cannon shots abound. Doggos in the fight against 4 Silver Helms in the forest is good. I just got to keep my cannon moving, and it'll probably be fine. Okay, there we go. There's one skirmisher down. Hell yeah. Then we go over here. We got a second skirmisher. We'll chase off his Silver Helms with the doggos. That part's just fine. And especially with an artillery shot here, I should be good. Blood Beasts are pretty nice. Overall, capture points are going pretty well for him. Trading-wise, though, I feel like I'm doing better. Game doesn't say we're doing better, though, so we got to make sure that we're careful here. Let's leave these doggos to chase off the helms. Overall, this fight is going decent. He did lose a lot of skirmishers, definitely. And if I get one more Khorne Gore on the flank, I think we'll be okay. Especially with all my skirmishers here. I'm feeling mostly comfortable. There we go. Khorne Gore away. Nice. Now, where is Arbal? He's doing fine. I can definitely rout off of them archers. Eltharian's a beast, though, but looks like my little artillery piece here should be able to hold just fine. That's the point captured. Nice. Now, what are we going to do about this guy? What are we going to do about this guy? It's kind of questionable, right? Eltharian is a beast in combat, and he has his little bombardment coming in soon. So we can actually pre-dodge that, knowing that it's coming on in. That works out pretty well for me. Good pick on this far side, and Arbal dunking on him pretty well. Long as we don't lose the mad lad, I'm okay. Then we have my boys, my skirmishers. They are now all fielded. Very good. And I am getting a really good fight on this flank point. So I think we are getting a pretty decent lead now. We're getting a pretty decent lead as long as Arbal doesn't get, like, surrounded and murdered again. Gotta be real careful about that. One simple surround and murder is all he really needs to pull out a victory here. If I am not careful. Yeah, get him, Arbal. He's doing his best. He's definitely killing the cannon this time around. Some Reavers decide to fight against the Khorne Gores and Doggos, so that should be pretty bad for them. And yeah, this is a spooky situation, right? Arbal does escape, though. He does escape, so that's not too bad. Very scary surround. All right. You know, we gotta mimic the last game to keep it fair, right? Oh god, the brutalization. All right, so he's gonna go for the Arbal snipe, but I have the luxury of a little bit more time than him, I feel. His Reavers on the flank did pretty good, though. If he wins that flank fight, it's not too pretty, is it? Although this fight's going a little bit better for me on this side. Yeah, we routed off his Reavers. Okay, that's nice. I'm up against his boys, though. His Rangers, which are incredibly powerful melee units. I'm actually just gonna make these guys invulnerable because I think it is that important to win that engagement. Over yonder, it looks like we should be winning this at least. And value trading is lower than me than last time, right? I'm not value trading as well, but So overall, not the end of the world, especially with the capture point getting taken. You know, we are on our way to triple cap in this guy. So that's a fairly decent time for me, I'd say. Arbol just has to keep on booking it with his rather massive speed bonus. And he should be fine. There we go. Skirmisher is away. They're just going to go on in. Here we go. Pull these doggos back against the Reavers. Let my warriors cook. Arbol lives. And yeah, now he's in for a little bit of trouble, right? So he does have a lot more tickets than me, but I feel like trading wise, we're doing a little bit better. All his value is tied up in his flying dudes now. So I just have to wear him out and just win the attritional game. Is it gonna be easy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is not gonna be easy, but triple cap's definitely pretty nice. Halberds are in. And what am I summoning in now? What am I even summoning in? Halberds are doing pretty good. Like, they're doing fine. I almost want to desummon my skirmishers at some point. Okay, I got a couple doggos back. Yeah, so he has his dragon princes up. Kind of terrifying. More rangers coming on in over here. But, you know, just having all this capture weight is definitely paying dividends. There we go. All right. A little bit of a cav surround. Okay. Yeah, so the big question is, can he clean up now? An interesting match indeed. Eltharion whiffs his bombardment, which is huge for me. Arbal's running for his life. It doesn't look like he'll be able to secure any of these points. As long as Arbol doesn't get murked, we're good. Murked. And then there's these rangers too that I'm gonna have to deal with. But I do have doggos, so I'm not too worried. Arbol is he's booking it. A Reaver surround would be brutal. Oh, but he doesn't get it. He doesn't get the Reaver surround. God, that's crazy. All right. So it looks like Arbal's actually gonna live and maybe even countercharge the Phoenix. That'd be pretty good. Be pretty good. Doggo's on his boys over here. On his rangers. That's pretty nice. Halberds on his Reavers. Arbol is just chilling. Alright, that's fine. And his Dragon Princes are not able to take that point. That's pretty huge. And his beat up cavalry here will take a while to take that. Overall, fighting is continuing over here. Those are just Reavers, so not a big deal. But if he secures this point, it's pretty bad, right? In fact, I might even just abandon it and go all in on here. Because it doesn't look too comfy for me over there. I'd much rather just secure my positions a little bit. Looks like he's starting to value trade. I think he probably still wins this, right? Probably still wins this. Especially if he's able to take this one down. We're pretty even on the points. Eey. Oh, God. What a cleanup on that flank. Brutal cleanup. At least our ball's still alive. We're going to do our best. Here we go. I'm thinking we're dead, though. I'm thinking he's value trading a lot better this time by not sending in his single entities. I'm playing a little bit better with Arbol, but he's not really doing much right now in this particular situation. Okay, we'll go. The middle point is definitely going to go down, but I can't afford to just send dudes there. Because the moment I start down trading, it's super over, right? Big storm with the Phoenix, too. Let's go ahead and try and beat these Illyrian Reaver archers. He has mostly cavalry. So maybe I can make some big plays with my Skull Crushers. Maybe. It really is just gonna depend on Eltharion and how spooky he is against them, I think. Looks like his Dragon Princes too. Absolute menaces. Oh, Arbol, you absolute anti-Chad sometimes. Alright, there we go. He's gonna live. But all the big single entities are coming for him now. I could just summon in Blood Beasts. I think that's probably just a safer play. Ouch. And he gets a hit. Arball looking a little worse for wear. This time we don't got no tickets. Yeah, looks like he's gonna get me this time. I think he controlled his single entities way better, man. Suiciding them onto the artillery piece was the only out I had. Unless Arball manages to come back and just thump these guys. There's a non-zero chance Arball just absolutely chads it out. I might as well go for the big RNG plays, because when you're behind, you might as well go all in. But he routes instead. Ripperino, Arball's dead. And that's gonna be GG. GG, well played.
There is only defeat.
Well earned. And that's gonna be us out of the tournament. 2-2. How do I rate Khorne? Honestly, if I went for full armor max, it probably would have been a lot better. Armor max and Arball. The doggos were fine though with the micro. But yeah. Good luck in the semis. Yeah, but like, yeah. He did get the Hellforge Bellows in the end. Eltharion is, you know, he's just a big old Chad. The single entity core can be really difficult for Khorne. Such is life, though. Doggos did pretty well, I will say. With that much micro, they did pretty well. I think it's just the fact that, like, I think Khorne just needs cavalry, man. So, like, Khorne doesn't have actual good cavalry. If you gave him Empire Knights, he would already be a much better faction. Previously, it was the Khorne Dogs that would do well. But, like, you know, you can really see how we just kind of get bullied by his Dragon Princes. Because, like, there's nothing really to surround him with. Khorne Dogs are far too squishy. And they lack the armor piercing. So, it's kind of rough. He played it really well, though. Them single entities are spooky indeed. But that's gonna be it for us. Khorne overall, I rate them okay out of 10. I don't think there's like a secret sauce I can pull out, not without cavalry. I think Khorne kind of has like a ceiling in terms of how good they are. Unless I'm missing something like absolutely disastrous. Yeah, maybe I'm missing something crazy. Like, you know, maybe just like super wide Khorne is good. But based on how little we saw them in the grand finals, probably not. GG won't say well played. No, he played well. He definitely played well. What's Eltharion's HP on a Griffin? Pretty huge, right? Eltharion is at like 1,000,000 HP. 6,600. Doesn't he have resistance? No. I guess just Apotheosis is good enough. But yeah. Crazy value on the Eltharion. Skirmishers weren't able to ward him off. Brutal. Brutality. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Khorne. I feel a lot better about Norska. Because Skin Wolves have anti-large, so they actually do pretty well against cavalry. Plus, you can take a much more efficient skirmish cav contingent. These guys are 80 range and 90 range. Take a look at Khorne, dudes. 70 range. No range, terrible arcs of fire, but you're kind of just working with what you got. These guys are kings, though. Honestly, I don't know why the armor-piercing axe throwers are always costing more. CA should really rebalance that for multiplayer because nobody runs axe throwers. But that's kind of copium at that point. Anyways, I'm done. It's been a long stream. Thank you very much for all the support today. The Lusa, Exapol, much appreciated. And I am going to take a break. Yeah, very little range, man. These guys have like more than 20% more range. Anyways, tomorrow I'll play, I don't know, maybe I play Norska. Maybe I play Norska, could be really fun. Just in time for the Savior Disaster campaign that we got going on over here. I'll be doing that post-tournament. Should be very fun. So keep an eye out for that. And as for me, we're dipping out. Peace, peace, people. I don't have an end screen because my settings broke. So I'll have to make that again later. I'll just awkwardly close it out.